The name's Verve. Yeah, just Verve. If you need a last name, you can put Squallrun or something, but that's only because you asked. I understand you need me to answer these questions for your report or whatever, but I've already told you everything I know. I really don't get why I'm still being questioned. Yeah, no, I get it. It was dangerous and stupid and I could have died, but if it wasn't for me, the girl definitely would have been toast. Plus, between you and me, I've always wanted to jump into a burning building all heroic-like. I was just looking for some sort of compensation for my services, so why the interrogation? I guess that's a good point. Would you believe I just happened to be in the right place at the right time? No? Okay, fine. Few days ago, these peeps at Solas talked some big game that this rich pop security system was the most advanced in the Steadfast. Airtight, Nera, out the wazoo. I'll spare you the deets, but bottom line, I'm getting paid by these smooth brains to find the weaknesses in this Numsec. That's Numenera security for the uninitiated. But I never intended to give it to them. They paid me half already, and I was gonna sell this drive back to the owner for more shins. That's what I was doing here. Finished the job too, in case anyone was interested. I was on my way out when the explosion went off. I started running, but then I heard the girl. No one was around. The security team was scrambling. What was I, an upstanding citizen of Charmant, mind you, supposed to do? Alright, we can split hairs all we want, but that's gonna land us nowhere. How about this proposal? I don't even want the shins, keep them. I give you all the info I have on the Numsec, plus the names of the dudes that paid me. In return, I walk free, and you lose the name Verve from your database.
Alright, y'all. We ended a couple minutes early today. What story would y'all like to hear before your folks come pick you up? How about... Well, you've already heard about the time we met Banshee, and the time the vessel launched into the sky. How about... how Remnant came to be? Well, a couple years ago there was an accident in Charmant, city far to the west. A big old piece of Numenera was destroyed that kept the iron wind out. Before it was fixed, the wind came through the city, tearing it to shreds. So instead of trying to rebuild and pick their life back up, a small group of us came out here to try our luck in the beyond. And we found that, the big old donut-shaped thing in the sky. While it was still on the ground, a couple of us were told to take a look inside. I was there, and y'all know Nova. There was also Rochelle, the grumpy knife lady at the edge of town, and Verve, another friendly fellow around here. Eventually, after some fighting and button pressing, Verve got it flying, but raiders were coming. Now, your folks might have told you about this part, how a man named Crimson and his people wanted it. A terrible man who wouldn't let anything get in the way of what he wanted. But we all got in his way, all of Remnant. And Black Cloak watchers went around the ninth world telling everyone what happened that day. How Remnant was a place you can go to start over. A place to build a new home. Alright, time for y'all to go home. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and don't forget your homework. And Dante, I don't want to hear that Ash ate it. Rochelle don't let him eat that kind of stuff.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. I was looking at something else. My name is Nova, and I'm on a mission. I'm not sure where I'm going or what I'm looking for exactly, but my ma always told me I'd know it when I saw it. I've got a bit of a knack for that, ever since I was little. My ma and I, and some of my aunties and uncles and sibs too, they've got that knack for seeing what others don't. When I was little, I thought everyone saw like me. What do I see? Different things, depending. It's hard to explain. When I look at a tree or a flock of birds, I see perfect order and symmetry forever, going on and on, longer than humans can count or the most powerful scope can see. But at the same time, everything is bundled up tight inside itself, like a leaf ready to unfurl. I told you it was hard to explain. It helps a lot with our work, though. People come to us with their problems sometimes. Well, I shouldn't say us. We're just the caretakers of the temple. I'm sure you've noticed it. the strange building just as you cross over the mountains into the beyond. We've been there a long time. People come to us when they need to know that there's the promise of order in the chaos, or the hope of chaos in the order, or sometimes they're just following a feeling. And that's what I'm doing now. We've known for a while that the temple had a missing piece, so when I started growing up stronger than my sibs, the quest fell on me. My family taught me to be self-sufficient, just in case I needed to be on my own for a while. It can be dangerous wandering around alone, but I'm not worried about finding what I need. I'm sure the path I walk is straight in some dimension.
Captain's log. Ugh, wait, that just sounds dumb. This is Rashiel. Approximately year 2 since leaving Charmond and arriving in Remnant, I decided to start this journal because I haven't been sleeping well, or often, since King Crimson's raid. It's been better as of late, but it's to the point where I need to do something differently or I'll never be productive again. My head keeps replaying those moments over and over, being so focused on protecting the settlement, then falling, trying to make my peace with the certainty of imminent death, then, just as quickly, being alive, safe, on solid ground. Since then, all I ever want to do is just work on what I know best: ciphers, artifacts, Numenera. Licton and I both have that in common now, and we spend a lot of time together building. It helps. In fact, being with Nova helps too. So does being with Verve, more than I thought. Sabine understands more than anyone else, I think. My conversation with her before the raid, it changed me. Changed how I've been carrying my past. I am not defined by my trauma. Remnant seems keen on making us local leaders since the raid. I want no part of that. I just want to continue carving out a life here. This place that I almost died for, this peace that I have spilled blood for, this body that I have spent my whole life hiding. I'm done hiding.
And we are live, everybody.
Hello, everybody. I'm taking Mayor's word for it that we're live because I'm a few seconds behind on Twitch. Anyway, hello. Welcome to the very final episode of Numenera Remnant. My name is Alex, and I, as for the past 15 sessions, will be your GM for tonight, and I'm very excited to bring the conclusion of this story. Before we hop into the recap, we will all go around and introduce ourselves. And then I will be doing the recap for one whole time only. So, as I said before, hello, my name is Alex. I will be your GM tonight. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm going to pass it over to somebody else, though please don't make me pick on you.
Hi, I'm Mare. I use she, they pronouns. And for the last night, I'm playing Licton Brattlesby, the earnest Jack who rides the lightning.
Hi, Kappa, or Christian, TZRPG Space, and all that stuff. Today, the final ride of Verve, risk-taking Jack, who is gonna touch that ding-dang sky.
Hi, I'm Finley. I use they, them pronouns, and tonight I am playing for one last time Nova, the protective glaive who sees beyond.
Hi, I'm Seth. My pronouns are she, they, and one last time I will be playing as Rashiel, the mechanical nano who fuses flesh and steel and does something else you'll find out about later today.
I'm Chris, she, her, playing Wilo, they, she, and, I'm new here. I'm just here to hang out and support all these beautiful people.
All right. That's it, right? I totally know who's on my cast.
My secret character.
Right, yeah.
Wait, is Goat back?
Right, yeah.
It's Tanklin! Wow!
Hey guys, it's Tanklin.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Okay. I'm sorry, I appear to have someone screaming in my background. Please ignore that if you hear it. Anyway, let's get into our quick recap. So after defeating the malevolent machine intelligence known as AM, our party returned back home, knowing that they had once and for all stabilized the flying ruin that served as the beating heart of Remnant, the city they built. The victory was short-lived, however, as a procession of Eon priests from the west came to town and informed of an approaching instance of the Iron Wind, a cloud of hostile nanomachines that consumes and rearranges matter on a molecular level. Among these priests were Kaya, a friend from Licton's past, and Mother Naomi, the woman who gave Rashiel her mechanical implants. Following soon behind the Eon priests were also a mysterious stranger known as Wilo, who Licton also seems to have a connection to. Over the course of the next week and a half, the party and the town did their best to prepare for the coming of the wind. Ruin scavengers scrapped excess material from Icarus to repurpose the weather spear into an EMP projector, which the town's Numenera experts were leading up a building project for. Verve and Licton took the town flyer and visited 2 settlements nearby to get extra hands to help construct the EMP projector. During this time, Nova and Wilo spoke to the Central Intelligence, the consciousness of the flying ruin, and briefly discussed a potential evacuation plan through the vessel. Finally, on the night which we will return to our session, a few things happened. One, Nova, in walking through town, stumbled upon a transmitter that turned out to be something of a beacon or a lure for the Cloud of the Iron Wind to come off of its natural sort of meandering path and head straight for Remnant. Estimates now put the wind at a few hours away. During this time, Rashiel also had a conversation with Mother Naomi, at which point all of her implants were disabled by her former mentor, and she was locked inside a laboratory on the vessel, at which point all of the elevators on the vessel were pulled up, and so now the town does not have access currently to the ship. And finally, correct me if I'm wrong, Verve realized that he actually was somewhat familiar with Mother Naomi under a different name. He knew Mother Naomi as a member of the Convergence, a sort of terrorist group that collects Numenera items. He knew her as using the code name Mother Superior. And with that revelation, and with these events currently unfolding, that is where we will return to our story. So, Rashiel, I will get to you in a second. What is everyone else up to? At this point, I will say you have definitely noticed. You have definitely noticed that the elevators have been pulled up and the lights on the vessel have gone dark.
I have gone running off to wherever we gave housing to the other Nera priests, the Aeon priests. So,
yeah,
Peely and Kaya and their retinue of guards.
Sure. Yeah. You go dashing over. It's not too far away. The sort of guest house that you lodge them in is not too far away from the center of town. You come bursting into this sort of. It's about constructed to the level that everything is in Remnant. It's a sort of super strong sheet metal that's been sprayed with a sort of odd insulation lining that you got from the vessel that keeps the temperature good, keeps moisture out, that sort of thing. You come bursting in, and you notice 2 things immediately. There are no guards. All of the heavily armored foot soldiers that were coming with the Eon priests seem to not be around. And you see Brother Pliny and Kaya just kind of chilling. Hey, Licton.
Where's Naomi?
I don't know. Should I? Is something going on?
Ugh. Do you want the good news, the bad news, or the other bad news?
What's the most important to know?
The most important thing to know is your mother Naomi is the head of the Convergence. Don't look at me like that. And the second thing is that the vessel has been locked up and the elevators are dysfunctional.
Shit. Okay.
So if you know where Mother Naomi is, that would be great.
I don't. I genuinely don't.
Well, putting two together, I have an idea.
I do too.
So you did not know?
No.
We're all shit out of luck. Come on.
All right. Pliny, come on, let's go. This young man sort of follows Kaya's lead. You're able to ascertain, sort of like based on their clothing, you could say that they're about within, like they seem to be of equal rank. Because you're able to tell that, like, the Eon priests out west in the steadfast and the more civilized lands, their clothing and their robes sort of, like, you can use that to tell, like, what their rank is. Pliny and Kaya seem to be on about equal footing based on what their clothing is, but Kaya definitely seems to be the one in charge.
And where is that ranking in terms of where Mother Naomi is on the hierarchy?
Well below.
Well below. Okay.
Well below.
Okay.
You probably, I can't imagine you would have used this title often, but Mother Naomi is mother and Kaya would be sister.
And I think I'm just trying to go back to where everyone else is heading. Wherever they
sure.
I'm going to turn to Verve. See that the ruin. It's the elevators. It's locked. How are we going to get in? How are we going to get the people in?
We're gonna need to find out what's going on. We could use the flyer, right? Sabine will let us use that.
Well,
The flyers.
says, yeah.
The flyer's too big.
We just need to get close, get people in there.
I could get one of you in, no problem.
In the flyer?
In the vessel. I can get one of you up, no problem.
No, we go together. What do you mean? Wait, how? Back up.
I have a cipher, a short-range teleport.
We don't know what's up there, but
We don't. But, and this is, to be clear, this is Adine talking.
Well, I mean, one of us can go up there and get the controls to bring the elevators back down.
Mm-hmm.
if it's dangerous, I would rather go, but I don't.
I think that's a good idea.
How will I know the controls?
Well, Rochelle,
Figure it out when I get there. Could
Rochelle
you draw
said
me a
that-
picture?
Would I know which button I press to turn to activate the elevators?
I don't recall you ever pressing a button specifically for elevators.
Yeah, no.
But
How long
Rochelle,
does it, I was gonna say, how long does it take for us to get back?
Not long at all. You would probably come up where Sabine is saying, like, Rochelle's up there too. She could help you out if you find her.
Yeah, Rochelle. If Rochelle's up there, I'm pretty sure I know where she is. You were there at one point, right, Nova?
Yes, I was there. I met you there.
Yeah. Okay, so Shields would know how to bring the elevator down.
That's so smart.
Yeah.
Okay, I will find Rochelle.
Wait.
Protect her as long as I need to
How
fix.
are you getting in?
I have a cipher.
And we're
I
going
can
to use the
move
flyer to get up.
No, I can move one person from the ground to the structure.
If Verve can get us in the flyer and get us close to the elevator that was bombed by Rachel last year, I can get me and Nova in no problem. We can have someone else jump in. If I'm close enough, I can get the two of us in and we can go from there.
And then we can have a distraction, potentially.
That's true, but
What if Verve remained in the flyer? Just in case. And Wilo could teleport. Licton and I could get in there as well. I don't see what we can do here on the ground. Or
We're also running out of time.
we gotta go. It's true.
Kaya, Pliny, is there anything specific we should be watching out for from Mother Naomi?
I mean,
Besides the fact that I'm assuming she's pretty powerful for
she's a
Tyler.
powerful nano. I haven't seen her overexert herself, but I have no doubt she's well equipped for whatever task she would try to come here for.
We have already interrupted one of her plans. Perhaps she underestimates us.
Licton, Wilo, I'm not about to tell you what to do, but whatever goes on up there, if you could get down here again as fast as possible. If the wind is really going to be here in a matter of a few hours, we need as many hands on the EMP projector as possible.
Kaya, Pliny, could you help in our place in the meantime?
Yeah, sure. Do our best.
So
what is the plan?
let's get up in the air and talk about it. Well,
I mean, get in there, kick ass, right?
Isn't it just right up there?
Do you have a way to get up there without the elevators?
No, that's why I'm asking what the plan is.
one of us is getting teleported. We are going to find Rachel, get her out of there, kick Mother Naomi's, well, you know, and get the elevators working.
We need to get the elevators working, period, and get people up there as soon as possible, in case they can't finish the reconstruction of the weather sphere.
Very well.
Who is teleporting? Who is flying? And Licton, am I going with you?
You're the only one I can safely teleport with confidence.
Verve, can you get us close?
I mean, yeah. I'm already in the fire at this point.
Yeah, okay. Flyer. Wilo, I know we have only known each other a short time, and I know we cannot ask you to make our troubles your troubles, but this is a pivotal moment, it would seem. And we would appreciate your help.
It is less trouble for me if we solve this problem.
Don't think.
Sabine, perhaps you could help Wilo get up to where we are going?
I only have the teleporter, but yeah.
Wait until you see us approach the
Very
edge
well.
of the ruin.
Wilo, Sabine will hand you this sort of like it's like a fist-sized like little red sphere that almost has the consistency of like a stress ball or something like that. Squeeze it, count to 5, look at where you want to go. Don't think of the number 4.
I'm going to hand her, in exchange, as she's handing this to me, a small amulet. I would rather not explode on my way there. You hold on to this.
Thank you.
Squeeze it.
What are you passing over?
It's like a subspace. Let me look at it.
Okay.
Single item subspace pocket plane.
Got you. Okay. Also, give me 1 second. Yes, the subspace pocket. Yeah. So she'll grab that.
Great.
All right. So you're using the teleporter right now.
Squeezed it.
Yep. Squeeze it. Count to 5. Do you think of the number 4 as you're doing it?
No, I'm thinking of Home Slice, the computer. I'm thinking of home
Central.
skillet that we talked to.
Zordon.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, sure. So you consider the central intelligence and you squeeze this stress ball and you sort of, in an instant, find yourself up on the lower level of the control hub that seems to have contained the majority of what you've explored of this structure so far. All of the lights in here are dark and it is eerily quiet. When you were here, there were like work crews and scavengers and salvagers like in and out, working on stuff all over. Here, like there's nothing. You see like just tools sort of laying around. It seems like people have just like abandoned their work. Yeah. Speaking of, Rashiel. So, you have sort of woken back up and reclaimed your control over the implants you have in your body. What would you like to do as soon as you get up?
I am going to let this age crystallize, as it were. Single-mindedly, I am going to find Naomi. Period.
All right, sure. So you go to, I assume you go to the door.
Yeah, the door. The door
Yeah.
first.
You go to the door, and a couple of interesting things. One, it's locked, and you can't seem to interface with it because A, the power is out. B, whatever sealed it doesn't seem to necessarily be strictly part of the regular operation of the structure. 2, you're hearing some like thuds or low banging noises from the other side of the door.
I don't have time for this. I would like to make some kind of might task to try and just like kick really hard where the door attaches to the wall.
Kool-Aid Man.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
can't do the thing.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead. So this will be might. I'll set this at a challenge 6. These are pretty sturdy
Cool.
doors. Also, they're like sliding
Sliding
doors,
sides.
so it's-
Okay,
yeah,
so
it's not
I'm
like
gonna be
they're-
aiming
there's-
for like maybe the center where
Yeah,
they
yeah,
bounce
yeah.
together. I will absolutely use 2 levels of effort for this.
All right, sure.
I have hella might and I never get to use it.
All
I also
right.
have a level of edge in that now.
All right. So that brings it down from a 6 to a 4. Target number 12.
It's okay, so that is a literal 12.
Oh my god. So what happens is you sort of, well, actually, what does it look like as you kick the door? I'll describe after you get that.
I don't even think it's like anything that's particularly graceful. It's like if you're familiar with boxing, it's more like a push kick
Yeah.
where you carry your body, you balance for a second, and then you push all of your body weight forward
Yeah.
into it. And I think that as she does this, these ribbons of just jet black kind of emanate from the sole of her foot that connects with the door. And for a second, they're there and they help the door push open, and then they kind of just disperse.
Yeah. So what you are able to do is you're able to kick like a solid imprint into the door to where it like there's a small bit in the center where it sort of like butterflies out, and then from there you see this sharp bit of metal that just jams straight in and there's a sound of metal scraping on metal as the door is forced open. And on the other side, you see a very familiar young man dressed
Is
in
it Varl?
work clothes. It's Varl,
Laurel!
leading a small group of salvagers who all seem to have armed themselves. And I will also say that even though there's like no way for me to communicate this to you narratively, Varl is now a curious delve who learns from adversity.
Yes.
For him.
Yes.
So
Varl.
fast.
Oh.
Must
Rashiel,
be
what's
hella
going
smart
on?
at this point.
Have you seen that Aeon priest lady? The fancy one.
Not since she got up here.
So she's still up here as far as you know?
As far as I know, yeah.
Thank you for the door.
No problem.
Is everybody okay?
Everyone's okay.
What's happening? I noticed the lights all went out.
They pulled up the elevators. We can't get them down. All the power in the ship seems to have gone off.
Fuck.
Central Intelligence isn't responding.
Shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If you haven't seen Naomi,
I'd guess she's in the control hub, but that's the best I got.
if you see her, be very careful.
Okay.
You obviously can handle yourself, and I have no doubt about the group that you're leading either, but she is not what she appears to be, and she is much stronger of a nano than I think anybody else I know.
Okay.
So if you run into her, don't trust anything she says.
She came up here with a bunch of like armed guards. Do you know what's going on?
Well, not all of it, but I didn't trust her from the second she set foot in here. I knew it had to be something. My guess is that this coincidental incidence of the Iron Wind may not just be coincidence. There's no way that she and her posse just happened to arrive at the same time that we find out about this. That's just a guess.
Okay.
Don't trust any of them.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the control room. I'll see if I can get the elevators down, and I don't know what to do about the central intelligence, but if I could just get it operational, we can at least keep our plan of keep getting people up here.
We're still looking for someone, but we'll be right behind you.
Okay.
All right. And so they sort of tear off further down the hallway. And you notice that's a group of maybe 10, 20 people. But yeah, you begin traversing your way back towards the control hub from the exterior ring, which is where your laboratory would have been. I'll say for the sake of navigation that you're not too far from one of the spokes, so it's just a straight shot for the most part. Cutting back, Licton, Nova, and Verve, what are you up to?
Getting the flyer, right?
Yep.
All right. Sure. You board the flyer. It springs to life as you would expect it to. Verve, I'll say since you're trying to very delicately get it to you need to get it very close to be able to enter, to get near the elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll say this will be of a difficulty 4 piloting task.
Okay. I'm specialized.
All right. Sure. That'll bring it down 2 levels to a difficulty 2. Challenge number or target number 6.
Okay. 10.
10. All right, sure, yeah. So you're all able to hop in the flyer. You press it on, and hop straight up, and you're able to fly over to I believe it was the western elevator.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I believe it was the western elevator that you blew up. So you're able to fly up to the hole that was formerly the western elevator.
Open up the hatch.
Oh, there's no hatch. It's just open air.
Oh, just open air?
Yeah.
No, in the flyer.
Oh yeah, no. So you can like pull the flyer is like a real flat thing, but you can like there's a button to like pull back the glass sort of dome
Yep.
that you're all sitting in. So yeah, you can retract the glass.
Climb up the sunroof.
Sure. Are you just leaving the flyer hovering?
Oh, no. They're both going up there. I
Okay.
assumed I'm running distraction or something.
Well, how close was Verve able to get it?
I would say he'd be pretty close. He'd certainly be close enough for you to use your ride the lightning ability.
I'm wondering, Verve.
He can hover, so yeah,
Yeah.
you're definitely you're all close enough to be able to go up.
Do you wanna?
Oh.
Do you wanna maybe just leave the fly in hover mode and come up with us? There's not
yeah,
much
sure.
else that we can do until we get the elevators working.
Yeah. I'll come with.
All right.
Park. Boop.
Yeah. So I'll
Alright.
do some bolt riding with Nova to get us in.
All right. Sure.
And you
yeah.
know me, I can float.
Yeah. So yeah, you're all good. Between Verve hovering and you being able to, sort of instantly zap to the elevator, you are able to get there no problem.
Okay.
So you're in. What would you like to do?
I think we should try and find our friend.
Do we all need to do that though? Maybe your friend, the Central Intelligence, might have something to say about whatever's going on.
Where?
See, intelligence can fend for itself. I am, at this moment, more concerned about the living, if that makes sense.
All right, then we go. Let's go.
Alex, where would we need to go in order to get the elevators working?
The control hub.
All right. I'm gonna head towards where Wallow, I think, was headed to control hub so we can get the elevators up and running.
I was going to ask, is Central Intelligence in the control hub?
So yeah, so there are two. When I say control hub, I've been unfortunately using it to describe two separate things. One is the central cubicle structure, the entire whole thing in the middle that is has several stories worth of stuff. One of these floors is the room to communicate with the Central Intelligence.
Got it.
Another floor in the same structure is like the command room,
Got it.
from which you can do things like raise or lower the elevators or
Okay.
activate the thrusters and stuff like that.
That's where I'm going.
So I didn't teleport into the same room that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're in that central cubicle block, but you're in like the elevator reception area.
Cool.
Speaking of, you are currently the closest to the action, so to speak. What would you like to do?
So I think first I'm trying to. It's trial and error, so I'm trying to interact with Central Intelligence if it's unresponsive. Try to see if I can tell if it's obviously been tampered with, but how.
Okay.
So I'm trying to see if I can either scan or try to
Okay.
figure out what happened.
Do you have scan?
I do.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so you're able to scan, and this is what you're able to find. Something has been introduced to the Central Intelligence. Some sort of additional machine intelligence or something along those lines. When you activate your scan, you are surrounded with this bright electric blue energy that seems to be the vast majority of what permeates the structure, and it seems to like naturally fit here. For lack of a better word, this seems to be the Central Intelligence. However, you were also able to see this like sickly yellow cloud, this fog almost, which seems to be just like rolling through the structure randomly. And you would guess that is probably the bad thing that was somehow introduced to the controls.
Okay. Can I? It's constantly moving, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Is it? Am I within touching range? Can I move up to this cloud? Or is it up
Yeah.
above, or kind of? Is it so
Yeah.
large that it's not? Okay,
You can touch it, but it's also something that's incorporeal.
sure.
It's more like your scan is able to show you information as it's like Yeah, your skin is more like showing you information than it is
Right.
like corporeal. Like there's no actual fog.
That makes sense. And I assume that this cloud is some kind of Numenera effect put in place by someone?
Yes, yeah, you're able to determine that much.
Okay. Can I stick my hand in the cloud and attempt to use my esoteric countermeasures?
Okay, sure. Let's try it. That's you disable one Numenera. You
Effect.
cancel one active effect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you'll definitely have to roll for this.
Okay. Fair.
So yeah, I'll tell you what. Why don't you roll for this? This will be an intellect task. You can spend effort from your intellect pool. I'll say that this will be of a challenge 7.
Okay. Well, I have
number 21.
2 edge in intellect.
All right, so that means it'll cost you 2 less to spend points from that pool.
Okay. And I might spend. Can I spend effort at the same time as doing edge? Is that a thing?
Okay, so edge.
How does that work?
Edge reduces the cost it takes to spend effort.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I have 3 effort. I want to use maybe 1 or 2. How does that work?
So 3 effort is how much from your pools you can spend at any given point in time. And so the first effort costs you 3, and then everyone after that costs you 2.
Okay.
And each one brings your target down 1, which brings your target roll down by 3. So for instance, if you spent all 3 levels of effort, you would bring your target down from 21 to 12.
I will use 2 effort.
All right, so you brought your target number down to 15. And
Hot dog.
You have skill in understanding Numenera, right? Because that would apply.
I have expertise. I have 2.
All right, so
2 check marks.
That'll bring it down another 2 levels from 15 to 9.
Beautiful.
So if you roll 9 or above.
That's a 18 on the die.
18. Okay, yeah, sure. So you're able to briefly sort of tap into. I would say that you would be familiar enough with what this is, being a nano. You're able to briefly sort of tap into the datasphere almost. And you sort of enter this world of information. And you're able to sort of like almost capture this fog in a way and cordon it off in its own little slice of like contained space. At this point, the lights around you start to flicker on. The vessel is very much still seems to be in flux, and I would say that you're able to tell you've bought yourself some time.
Okay.
But you're also able to tell that if you let this run on for too long, this is a losing battle.
Yep.
The machine intelligence that seems to be introduced to this area that is represented by this yellow fog seems to be orders of magnitude more powerful and more adept at hacking and combat than the central intelligence is.
Fair. Okay. Final question. You said it's kind of like cordoned off into like is it something I can move?
No, it's like conceptually cordoned off.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, it's sort of like if you took something from the internet and removed every link to it. So the only way you could get to it is typing in its exact address in your address bar. That's kind of what you've done.
Got it.
Yeah. And you've only done that to like a section of it rather than the entire intelligence itself. So that is you. Well, cut back to Rashiel. What are you up to? The lights have started to spring back on randomly. They are definitely still flickering. And you get the sense that whatever's going on seems like it was probably only temporary.
I'm gonna keep going where I'm going, headed to that control room to find Naomi.
Sure, yeah.
Probably passing, oh, cool, awesome, but still.
Yeah, sure. So you're able to enter the central command hub structure, no problem. Do you want to just like head straight up to the command room and like walk right in, or what is your plan?
Oh, there's no plan.
Okay.
I'm going to kick an ass. I will actually pause just before I enter to kick ass. I said there was no plan. There's like 1 action's worth of a plan.
All right.
I'm going to use one of my new abilities.
All right.
As a mechanical nano who fuses flesh and steel and dances with dark matter, I will be using the ability Dark Matter Shroud,
Uh-huh.
which I like to imagine is her just taking a second and kind of centering and literally just this. Have you ever seen that that product where it's like, this is the darkest black ever?
Yeah.
It's like that, except for it literally is absorbing some of the light around it. And it just kind of coats her for a second, and then it kind of crystallizes, and then it looks normal. But essentially what it's done is it will ease any speed defense rolls by 1 level.
Okay.
It also gives me +1 to my armor.
Uh-huh.
And for anybody who touches or melee attacks me, it will give them 2 points of damage.
All right. Sure. Okay. In that case, we will cut back to the other 3 while you're outside the door, sort of preparing yourself to enter in real fast. Licton, Verve, and Nova, what are you up to?
Booking it.
In this circumstance, we are in a very large place looking for someone. Would my sight help me locate Rashiel more rapidly?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Okay.
You might be able to pick up some sort of like energy trace, especially given the fact that she has mechanical implants. So yeah, I'll give this one to you as basically just like a freebie. Verve would be able to like lead you to the lab where Rashiel has been staying, and you see that the door has been broken seemingly out of. And you're able to follow like a faint energy trail to the command hub.
So did we all basically take different routes to just end up at the command hub?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wait.
All right. I will also say that since the power has been put back on, we're going to do some wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff. We have already talked about how the Central Intelligence is able to use intent to move a person from point A to point B, and for a while, everything goes dark as Licton, Nova, and Verve. You're all running down one of these spokes to get to the command hub. But even as everything goes dark, your time to like run through this like spoke, which you would normally expect to take like 20 minutes, even like moving at a decent pace, you're there in like 3.
Cool.
I'll take it.
Yeah. And so you enter into one of the levels of the control structure, and you encounter Varl and what seems like a group of other salvagers. You do not see Rashiel yet.
Varl, hey,
Hey,
have you seen Rashiel and Mother Naomi?
I've seen Rashiel. We broke her out of some lab. She was locked in there.
Shit.
Yeah. This is everybody that's left up here.
Do you two want to see if you can find Rashiel and I can help the salvagers try and get the elevators back in working order?
I think she came this way.
We must all be going to the same place.
I think so. We said we were going to be right behind her. We just needed to find someone else.
Who's the someone else?
He sort of like steps out of the way and indicates Reven, who is one of the other people. Yeah, you actually would know that Reven generally doesn't scavenge. Whatever they're doing up here seems to be probably a function of the Iron Wind being here and everyone sort of like putting themselves out there a bit more.
Did you see which way she went?
This way, I'm guessing the command room. I can't imagine what else you'd be looking for, aside from Mother Naomi.
And I'm going to point it. I sense that she came this way. I think we are on the right path.
Well, let's go.
All right, we're right behind you.
I'll catch up with you when I can. I'm gonna try and get these elevators working.
All right, Licton, you would know that unless you're trying to like hotwire something, basically, the place where you would like actually get like the elevator working is in the command room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You could try to hotwire something.
I was gonna say, how likely do I think I could hotwire something?
It'd be a challenge. It'd likely take some time, but you could probably do it.
If she went to the command room, there's probably shit going down in there. I think I might be better off trying to do it from here.
All right, come on, let's go. Licton, you know where to find us if you need help.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
All right. And I will say that Wilo, you're basically almost like bamboozled into by Nova and Verve and this train of like 15, 20 salvagers who all are seeming to be going up the steps to the command room.
Good, you're
Unless they physically force me to go with them, I would be trying to, because I was given one task, get up there and get the elevators working. So I would be focusing on trying to talk to Central Intelligence or see what I need to do to help this process along.
All right. So Central Intelligence and Command Room are in different floors.
Right.
Command Room is where you turn the elevators on.
Okay, so Central Intelligence can't do it.
So, I mean, in theory, Central Intelligence could. Manually, you would do it from the control room. Yeah. Yeah, so you wouldn't need Central Intelligence if you could do it manually.
Okay.
If you can't do it manually, you would be able to speak to Central Intelligence if Central Intelligence were in full control over the vessel.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Am I making any sense here?
Yeah. Yeah. Do I need to maintain physical contact with this fog cloud in order to keep this? Okay.
No, yeah, you've yeah, it's like an effect that lasts a certain amount of time. And
okay, perfect.
You know.
I guess I will allow this train to precede me, and then I will follow behind.
All right. So, cutting back to Rashiel, you find yourself outside of this door, which, yeah, I'll say for the sake of easiness, is unlocked.
All right. So after I have my shroud activated, I am just going to mosey on in.
All right. Sure. You mosey on in and you see these four individuals clad in full plate armor, sort of like it's like a sort of triangular type shape where there's two and then two closer to the middle up ahead, and then like looking almost like directly out the window is Mother Naomi. As the door opens, it makes like a sound, and it's generally a very quiet situation otherwise. So the door pops open and like immediately every eye is on you, and Mother Naomi just sort of turns to you. She's like, oh, isn't this typical? And she just tosses out a hand, and I'm going to ask you to make a speed defense roll.
Okay.
Versus her onslaught. And I will also ask everyone to roll initiative as I get some initiative music rolling.
Oh boy.
It is a 15.
15, that will not do it.
Even with my enable thing, my one level easier.
Oh shit, that will just do it.
Oh boy.
I'm so glad I did that.
Yeah. Hold on, let me get some.
Do you want me to roll even though I'm not there?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I'll probably cut to you at the beginning of every turn or so.
Okay.
Or every round, rather. All right, so tell me what this looks like, as the only thing that saves you from being absolutely bodied is your new focus and your command over dark matter.
I like to think that, so I know that it's literally, for all intents and purposes, a speed defense roll, but I don't think it's quite that graceful. I think it literally looks more like, for a second, she phases out of existence, and for another second, she's just right back where she was.
All right, so everyone else who is not Rashiel, you hear this like calamitous crash as something clearly is going on a few floors above you. I would say that Nova, Wilo, and Verve, you're all able to tell that broadly something has hit a wall very, very hard in the stairwell you're in.
Oh boy.
So let me quickly pull up my notepad and ask for everyone's initiative.
Oh shit, I need to roll that too.
Yes, if you could.
Just gonna.
Nova, what's your initiative?
18.
All right, nice.
Best roll of the game. Calling it.
All right, so Nova, you're first on the board so far.
Woohoo.
Wilo, what'd you get?
14 on the die. I don't add anything to that, right?
Unless you have skill and initiative, then
Nope.
no. And you didn't say you were spending from your speed pool, so yeah, it would just be
14.
All right, so Verb, what do you got?
Also 18.
All right, rad.
I updated my name in Zoom.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Rashiel, what do you have?
13.
13, okay. And Licton, why don't you give me a roll just for the sake of it?
Okay, I'm not gonna use any speed. I'm not gonna use any whatchamacallits.
I figured.
That's a 16.
16, okay.
I feel like I always go last in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Like every initiative we've had, I've always gone last.
Save the best for last.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, save the atomic bomb for last.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we are going to start with Nova. Something has hit a wall very, very fucking hard. Like a floor or two above you.
So would fleet of foot be enough to get me up there and
I would
be
say
able
so.
to like, okay, so, I just realized, GM, this is up to you. I texted you about acquiring an extra weapon.
Yes.
Is that okay that
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
acquired that somewhere? Okay.
Yeah.
So dashing up the stairs in a one-horse open Nova.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm like reaching back and slinging my spear sort of over one shoulder and grabbing a bow.
Mm-hmm.
And like taking the stairs a few at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to sort of arrive and try and pop off a shot at this lady. Yeah.
Are you firing at Naomi or are you firing at one of the 4 armored people in here?
Actually, no, let me see if I can take out one of the guards.
Right.
Like one of the closest guards. There's 4
Sure.
of them, right?
Yes, 4.
Okay.
So yeah, you come up, you get to the sort of like upper level of the stairs, and you see like Rashiel reforming herself out of absolute nothingness, which is weird. You haven't seen her do that before. So why don't you quickly roll an attack roll?
Okay.
Would you like to add any effort?
This is going to be speed effort, right? With a bow?
Yes, with a bow, that would be speed.
Okay. Sure. I will apply 1 level of effort.
Mm-hmm.
And I am also trained with this.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, that'll be 2 levels down.
That's a 9.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Hey!
Yeah, 2 levels down. Yeah, so yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, so you sort of get to the top of the stairs and you fire off. Quickly, how much damage did that do?
It's 4, and I would like to. Could I use a minor effect?
Would you roll? Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I spend one of my ones from whatever?
Yeah. Do you want extra damage, or do you want to do something with that?
I think I would like to. I'll just go ahead and do some extra damage.
All right. So
hit something serious.
All right, so that would be 3 extra damage. You did 7 total.
4. Yeah, 7.
Yeah, so they are armored, but you definitely feel like you took a decent chunk out of the one guy.
Good.
You fired off, and it like hits like just off to the side in the chest. It embeds itself very solidly into this metal plate armor. Verb, you're up next.
Okay. Yeah. Speeding up the stairs as I can, maybe like jumping over rails if I have to, because parkour, awesome.
Yep. Do you have any movement abilities? Otherwise, it will take your whole turn to get up there.
I do.
All right.
I have obstacle running, because it's a legit ability that I got at tier 3.
Okay.
It's not just ambiguous parkour asset.
All right, sure. Does that say anything about being able to move and use an action in the same turn?
Yeah. Let's see. You can ignore obstacles that slow your movement, allowing you to travel at normal speed through areas of movement. No, it says nothing about actions or anything.
Then yeah, it'll take you basically a turn to get up to the sort of like entrance area, like the door.
Okay.
To the command room. Yeah.
But it looks cool.
But it looks fucking
cool.
sick.
And again, at this point, I will also say you're able to see Rashiel reforming herself from this dark cloud of seemingly nothingness.
Okay.
Hopping forward, it is now Naomi's turn. And let's quickly pop open her thing. And she just sort of like raises an eyebrow. New trick. And again, tosses a hand, and like this giant like cabinet of an electronic structure comes flying at you from left field. Can you make me a speed defense roll again?
I would love to.
All right.
That is an 18.
Yeah, that'll do it. So, so again, you're able to dodge this like enormous thing that probably weighs like a couple 100 pounds, as it just blows right past you.
Shame to see you haven't learned any new ones.
Next up is, I believe. So next up is Wilo and Rashiel.
Please, after you.
Oh, fuck, I was still looking at things. Okay, how far are we talking? How far is she? I don't know how big this room is.
You're probably you're at most a short range away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so pretty close.
Yeah, you're not super far away.
Okay. I don't want to use that then, that's too big. Let's do this instead. Okay then, in that case, I am going to be using another new ability of mine called Ribbons of Dark Matter, in which she will just bring up her hands and kind of slowly close them into fists, during which time these ribbons of impossibly dark material, not material, kind of spin out, and for 1 minute, all tasks attempted in long range, no bigger than immediate distance in diameter, are now hindered, leaving the area of effect does require an action to move.
All right, I will say that this captures Mother Naomi and the 2 closest guards.
Cool.
All right, yeah. So you form this cloud into being, and it doesn't seem to be damaging them, but it definitely seems to be like getting in their way. Wilo, what are you up to?
Okay, well, I'm gonna haul ass, like anime, like Dragon Ball bouncing off the walls, trying to get up there. I have 2 check marks in careful movement, balanced movement, speed defense, physical performing arts. So I am like hauling ass up these stairs. And I still have a single job to do, which is fix the elevators. So once I get close enough, I would like to. So this room that I can see Rashiel just on the outside of it, or just on
the inside.
Okay.
Nova and Verve are just on the outside.
Okay. Is there a hallway or is there space around the outside of the room, or do I need to go in to see what's happening?
You would need to go in to. You can see a bit from where you are. Not like the full room, but you can see a decent amount. What are you looking for?
I'm trying to figure out which machine makes the elevators go brrr, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta look. That's the only thing I care about right now. They seem like they got their shit on lock.
Sure.
I'm gonna try and fix the elevators.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead, and this will be a. You know what? I'll just give it to you. There's a sort of like central set of controls to the left side of where you're looking at.
That's where I go.
Yeah. You're not able to get there. You're basically able to get to the door, but yeah. So, Licton, let's hop over to you as you attempt to hotwire. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
2 questions. 1, do you think that what I'm about to accomplish would involve manual dexterity?
Yes.
2, do you think I'd be able to get a cipher off before we entered the initiative combat?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna, as I get ready to basically rip the panels off and start hotwiring shit, I'm gonna use my cipher prestidigitator. A severed, edible, non-human finger that has had its nerves and blood vessels replaced by programmed nanofibers. And essentially, as I eat it, gross,
my hands become kind of like glowy where veins are, and nanofibers enter my hands, and any task involving manual dexterity is eased.
All right.
For 10 minutes.
All right, sure thing. Yeah, so why don't we begin this by first asking for a quick understanding Numenera roll.
Sure. I'm specialized, and I will use 2 levels of.
All right, sure.
So I am easing the understanding Numenera task by 4 levels.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
That is a 9.
9. Yeah, that'll do it by bringing it down 4 levels. So yeah, I'll say that you've got like a working idea of like, okay, how I need to begin like working on this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing that happens is the salvagers go. So you hear this like rush of individuals like barrel their way up the stairs, and suddenly there's like 20 people behind you, Rashiel.
Hello.
What's up?
Come to join the fun.
Yeah, so that's their go. That's moving. We are back up to Nova and Verve. What would you like to do?
I will confirm it's Verve. Take out the little ones first. Go for the head.
You're the big gun.
Oh, I am the big gun. Okay. So then, I think I'm going to take, from where I am, since that I've already wounded this guard. Wait, did the guards do anything?
Oh shit, you're right, they didn't.
You snitch!
I just wanted to know if they were, like, just being stoic or whatever.
They could have been.
Sorry.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
That's me, Nova.
These follow bots know that we're trying to get into the data center.
Listen!
That's
Yeah, I'm trying to see what
Wow.
I can do about this.
Yeah, thank you. Guards, yes. Okay. So I'm going to say that I'm gonna say that at this point they're going to start off by sort of firing off some ranged attacks. Most of them seem to be equipped with crossbows of some variety. So can Nova, Rashiel, and Verve quickly make me a speed defense?
As long as you know that all those attacks are hindered. From 2 of them.
Yes, yeah. So I'll say Rashiel and Nova, yours will be 1 step easier.
Okay.
Sorry, what am I doing?
Speed defense roll.
Speed defense roll? Okay.
Yeah. God, these fucking bots.
This is wild.
Yeah,
It's weird because some of them look like actual usernames.
Removing widget did nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Speed defense, 14.
14. Did you spend any effort?
No.
All right, then that won't do it, unfortunately.
Okay,
Okay.
so then I didn't pass either.
Yeah, so both of you are hit by these, like crossbow bolts that do 4 damage apiece.
Okay, I've got arm, so
That will reduce it. Yeah.
okay,
They
good.
don't seem to be direct shots, but they're definitely in there.
Okay.
It's 2 speed. Wait, oh no, sorry. Damage goes to might. Sorry.
Damage to might, yes.
Right.
Rashiel, what was your roll?
I rolled a 16.
That'll do it. Yeah. So okay, now we're back to Nova and Verve. What are you up to?
I want to say I phase out again because that's just the fucking coolest way to dodge anything ever.
Yeah. I'm going to take another shot at the one I hit before. Is there anywhere to get some cover?
Yeah, sure. You could sort of like get cover in the like the door frame.
Okay. I'd actually like to, though, move away from my friends. Like, is there anything within the room?
If you want to get in the room, yeah, there's plenty of space.
Okay. Not like super far away, but just like kind of be like, hey, you.
Yeah, sure. I'll say that you can do that. Easy enough.
Yeah. Like duck behind a console.
Yeah, sure.
There's consoles in vessels.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your might roll, or she roll rather, since it's a bow. Verv, what are you up to?
Going up to the, I don't know actually. I'm gonna phase cloak. I'm gonna phase cloak and move a short distance behind the guards.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need? What do you want to know about the phase cloak?
What does it do?
Level 4. It's level 4. When I use it as part of my action, it propels me a short distance forward. I'm out of phase until the beginning of my next turn.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
When I'm out of when I'm out of phase, I can't be like hit or anything. But
Yeah.
I also can't affect the world around me.
Sure. Yeah, that's easy enough. Yeah, you're able to sort of like propel yourself directly behind these people.
Okay. Can I then if I'm out of phase, can I zap? Will that not work?
I'll say that won't work. I don't think, because you've
Sure,
got to
okay.
fit physical contact for that.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, I'm just getting myself into an advantageous position.
All right.
To sucker punch some folks.
Yeah. Rashiel, can you please make me a might defense roll as Mother Naomi tries some additional tricks? She seems to like concentrate for a quick second, and again reach out a hand, and you feel your limbs start to lock up as this like semi-mechanical ice almost seems to start forming at your legs and working its way up.
To clarify that for a might defense roll, since I've never had one of those before, does armor apply?
Armor would not apply to this.
Okay.
Yeah. Armor would apply if it was like damage from getting
that
shot
makes
by
sense.
A crossbow or something like that. This is trying to hold you.
Gotcha. That is a 16.
16. Do you have any assets to might? Oh shit, she's hindered.
She is hindered.
Yeah, she's hindered, so yeah, you're just able to sort of break yourself out of this encasing ice. We're up to Wilo and Rashiel. What are you up to?
Probably shit talking. Just mad shit talk this whole time as I'm just like acing these defenses.
Yeah. Would you like to take any actions aside from shit talking?
Well, yeah. I'm just thinking about it.
Okay. Wilo, what are you up to?
Okay. Is there anybody in between me and the area that I think I need to get to?
One of the guards.
Okay. The razor ring that I have, how large is it? The one I have attached to the rope?
Not super large.
Okay. Like the width of perhaps a mini gate?
Sure.
Okay. I am going to, it looks messy in there. There's a lot of matrix movement going on in there, and I don't really want to get involved. So I would like to use my mini gate and open a small portal in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to use my razor ring. Mm-hmm. You just tell me how much this is going to cost. I'm just going to describe what I want. And I'm going to basically send the razor ring through the portal, and like I'm trying to loop it around this individual and catch them and yank them away from where I'm trying to go.
Okay, so this will be a might roll.
Okay.
So this will be a might. I'll say this will be of a challenge number 15.
Okay. Wonderful.
You can spend effort from your might pool, up to 3 effort.
Sure.
All right, so that'll cost you 7 points from that pool.
What?
And you brought it down from a 15 to a 6.
Oh, hot. That's a 15, right?
All right.
Yeah, that's a 15.
Yeah, so are you trying to yank this person through the gate? Or just
Will they fit through the gate?
Actually, you know what? No, I'm pretty sure they don't.
Yeah. I really am trying to do like a cartoon, like whoop, 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 whoop with the rope and...
Okay. Yeah, so you're definitely, I'll say you're able to like basically tie him up a bit and knock him prone.
Beautiful. That gate stays open for 8 rounds.
Oh my god, I love it.
So.
All right. back to Rashiel. What are you up to?
I am just trying to get the thing to open so I can remember exactly what Onslaught and Flash do is what I'm doing right now.
All right.
It won't load.
Let's hop over to Licton then.
Yeah,
why don't you make your first crafting Numenera roll? This will be the first of 2.
Is that going to be an intellect task?
This will be an intellect task. It'll start off with challenge 5.
Okay, I took a flex skill earlier today because I was going to try and tinker with my staff. I didn't know what to call it, so I called it cipher tweaking. Can that apply?
You already have skill in crafting Numenera, right?
I don't. Not in crafting.
Oh, you don't have any in crafting?
No.
Okay.
Craft anything that I would have done to help Rashiel and Sabine would have been a flex skill.
Then I'll recommend. Can we bump your flex skill to crafting Numenera and say that applies?
Yeah, I had no idea what to call it, so that's completely
so
fine.
that'd be crafting Numenera. That brings it down 1 level to 4.
I will use 2 levels of effort, so that brings it down to a level 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Target number 6.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
All right. And then Rashiel will come back to you. Then it'll be the scavengers.
That is a 10.
Yeah.
10? Yeah, that does it. So you're able to begin working on the elevator. So what you're able to do is basically create a bypass loop. So now the elevator is powered. You can't control it yet, but you know you can get power to it regardless of what the control hub is going on.
Good.
Right. So, Rashiel, what have you got going on?
Onslaught, because
right.
I forgot that I could just do that. It's free.
All right, sure. Would you like
Targeting Mother Naomi, I will be spending effort.
For damage or to hit?
For damage.
All right, sure thing.
Just 1 level.
All right, sure. 1 level of effort for damage, so that'll do an additional 3 damage, I think, if it hits.
Okay.
All right.
That is a 15.
All right, that will not do it.
Damn.
I'll tell you what, how would you like an experience point?
I would love an experience point.
All right. So just for funsies, I will say that in the process of all of this, activating new abilities and being attacked, you have somehow, in the process of moving, tripped something or activated something in the folds of your cloak. And the probability cube, the probability engine, is triggered.
Okay, cool. Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to quickly roll on that and see if.
Oh my god, the first dice roll from our GM.
First dice roll. It's a 19 too. So yeah, you're. So what happens is this: you fire off this onslaught, and it misses, and then you feel like in slow motion, the beam get pulled back into your arm, and you lurch as time itself rewinds just a few seconds, and you're able to retarget. And you're like, okay, last one was a bit to the left. Yeah. You fire off this onslaught, and it hits her square in the chest.
Fuck yes.
No, she does have some sort of energy shield, but especially by giving it some effort, you're able to bypass a bit of it.
Who is the second point go to?
Oh yeah, who is your second experience?
Oh, I'm so sorry. One of you fuckers. You know what? Licton, since you asked. You get it.
Okay, cool. Sure.
All right. So, at this point, all of these scavengers come rushing in. And they, again, all of you are sort of standing clustered by the door. These motherfuckers just bamboozle their way into the room, and they're like a lot of them are equipped with weapons of some variety. Others seem to be wielding heavy tools and hammers clearly meant for taking down walls as opposed to being weapons. But yeah, the citizens of Remnant just coming in, and they begin absolutely wailing on the guards in here. They definitely seem to be not as technically skilled as the guards, and so it's even the numbers advantage isn't quite making this an easy victory. But they're definitely, it's now a full on battle in here. Hey, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. We are going to now hop up to the back of the initiative order with Nova and Verve. What are you up to?
Okay, so with I don't see Verve now.
Mm-hmm.
Verve is gone.
Verve is gone. Yes.
Verve is gone. Oh, it's all up to me now. Okay. Can I remember my teleport thing?
Yeah, short range teleport.
Yeah, okay. I would like to do that. And I would like to
right.
teleport myself right up into Mother Naomi's face, and then I would like to do the things that I do best. Sometimes I do it worst.
Are you going after her, or are you going after one of the guards?
You know, I think the I can't even get to them. They're like swarmed. I'm gonna go after her.
Okay, give me one quick second, and why don't you take a look at your DMs as well?
Oh no. I don't like the sound of that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, so now knowing
so I like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I see an opening.
Yeah.
That would be better. Okay.
You're able to see an opening to the guards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So, yeah, is that one that I've been trying to... Oh, also, I rolled an 8 to shoot that guy last time. I don't think that hit.
No, that would not hit. That's
okay.
Correct.
All right. All right. His ass is grass. That is also mine.
All right, sure. So yeah, why don't you give a roll for your data spear?
Okay.
Verve, what are you up to while Nova rolls?
While Nova rolls, I'm coming out of phase, back into phase.
Back into phase.
Back into phase. So just fade back into reality and kind of, you know, y'all's formation is not that great, and make myself known, trying to distract them, getting them to turn around, and and give the citizens of Remnant an opening to come and take advantage and overpower these guards.
All right, I love the support, and I will definitely be factoring that into the next attack contest. Finley, what are you up to? I saw a face. 1. Okay.
Is that good? Did I hit?
You unfortunately do not hit, and I'm going to use this GM intrusion to do not something directly related to that, but what happens is Mother Naomi, seemingly had enough of this dark matter cloud shit, takes both hands and like does one of these and is basically propelled straight back out the window and is hovering in place a couple of 100 feet off the ground.
Spider.
Okay, so Verve, you've taken your action, so if you were
phasing just happens automatically. I haven't taken my action yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Nova, that was your action. Verve, what is your well, your action was like giving them the opening and like.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool, yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Can I enable something? Is that part of? I'm gonna enable wind armor.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you activate that. That's a cipher, right?
It's an ability.
Okay, then yeah, you're able to activate that ability, no problem. On her turn, Mother Naomi is going to reach out a hand towards you, Rashiel, clench a fist and pull, and you find yourself being yanked out the window towards her. Can you make me a might defense roll?
Can.
This would be a target challenge, level 6, target number 18. You can spend from your might pool if you want to reduce.
Yeah, sure. I got edge in it. I'll do.
All right.
I don't know. A level.
All right, sure. You brought it down from 18 to 15.
Well, that's an 8.
Oh no! All right.
That's fine.
Yeah, you lose your footing and you are propelled right over to the edge of the room. You are able to like just barely like catch yourself and hold on, but you are currently like dangling.
Okay.
Yeah. Wilo, Licton, and Rashiel. Licton, I'll get to you in just a second. Wilo and Rashiel, what are you up to?
I mean, you're the one getting yanked, so please feel free.
I will activate another new ability I have. called Void Wings. And for 1 round, I can fly as quickly as I can move.
All right, yeah. So you summon these spectral wings of dark matter that sprout from your back. They've got a decent, intimidating wingspan, maybe like 8 feet. And they're big and scary looking.
They're bigger than she is tall.
Yeah. Where would you like to fly to?
I think I'm just gonna actually get just. I don't want to be too far out because no. But I do want to be just outside. Like, if I need to turn around and like catch the side of the vessel or something, I can still do that. I'm just gonna go out a little bit.
Sure. And how long does this last?
This lasts for 1 round.
1 round. Okay.
Yes.
So you will be. Otherwise, you will. So at the beginning of your next turn, you'll begin falling.
Yes.
All right. Gotcha. All right. So activating that is an action, correct?
It says it is an action to. Wait, hold on. That's the wrong one. It says enabler.
Enabler. So that's free. You still have an action.
Cool beans. Awesome. Then I'm going to use another onslaught on
All right,
Mother
go
Naomi.
ahead and use an onslaught. Target number 18. You can spend from your intellect pool to add damage, reduce cost, or both. If you have any minor or major effects, you can also spend those.
Yeah.
Actually, you can spend those after you.
After I roll, yeah.
After you hit.
You know what? Let me roll first and then let's see how this goes.
Are you spending from your pools at all?
I do want to use 2 levels. Let's do 2 levels of effort.
2 levels of effort. How much for damage? How much for 2 hit?
All of that's gonna go to damage.
All to damage. All right, target number 18.
I'm gambling. Well, that is a natural 20, and I will show you that is a natural 20. Behold. Oh god, my camera.
Oh my god. Okay.
Thank you, Preston, for the dice.
Oh, let's think. So
Dice Fix on Twitter.
Dice Fix on Twitter, you guys.
So how much onslaught does 4 damage? Right?
Hold on, wait, I have it pulled up.
Yeah, how much does onslaught do by itself? Because you're doing an extra 4 from the natural 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
actually,
and
what does onslaught do by itself?
It does indeed do 4 points of damage for physical.
And that's what you're doing, physical, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing mental anything. I don't care.
All right. So you do 4 points of physical damage from the onslaught. You do 2 extras, or no, you do 6 extra from your
effort.
From your effort, and you can either do 4 extra from your 20, or you can get a major effect.
I'm gonna do a major effect.
What would you like to do with your major effect?
I like to think that this onslaught is kind of the reverse of what she just did to me. So I'm just gonna pull her right on back in to this vessel.
Sure thing. So you fire off this onslaught, and it's
I like to think that it's kind of like a lasso situation, because I would like to back up while I'm doing this.
Okay. Will you permit me to be a nerd for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
This is Numenera.
Interesting thing. The reason that people believe that dark matter is a thing is because we believe that gravity is a thing. And gravity, we would expect, would pull the entire universe together as big things pull each other or the other big things, right? That makes sense. Except the universe is actually expanding at an ever-increasing rate. So there is something clearly that exists that is a force that pushes other things away from each other. And you're able to harness that force, and you give Naomi this blast, which barrels straight through whatever Numenera armor she had on, and sends her rocketing straight into the open window of the vessel. She sort of lands she lands prone and is like sort of getting up on one side after like rolling over several times. She looks pretty badly hurt. She looks very badly hurt. All right. Wylo, what are you up to?
There's too many people in this room. Ugh. I am going to eye on the prize. I am going to take a really small, just a couple of steps, and get myself enough momentum to try to like parkour over the shoulders of all these people fighting in my way.
Yep. Sure thing.
And get to this control panel.
All right. So, this will be a speed task.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
What helps me?
Spending effort from your speed pool. You can spend up to 3 levels of effort. First level costs 3, second level costs an additional 2, third level costs an additional 2. You can reduce that cost by the amount in your edge in speed, if you have any edge in speed.
I have 1 edge in speed.
Okay. So now
Sure. Let's do that.
each level of effort then will cost 2.
Okay. Does my careful and balanced movement and physical performing arts help me?
I'll say physical performing arts will help you like sort of tumble over them.
Perfect. That's what I do then. I'm gonna spend all my little things.
You do an aerial bamboozle. Your target number would have started at, I'll say 15. You've brought it down 2 levels to a target number 9. Wait, how much effort did you spend?
I have not spent any effort, but I have 1 left, so I'll spend an effort.
Okay. You have 1 left of what? 1 left in your speed pool?
No. I have 1 edge in speed. I haven't used, and then I have 3 effort total, but I've used 2 for the first thing.
Oh no, your effort is how much you can use on any individual
task.
It gets you
I have 3 effort then.
Yeah, you can spend up to 3 at a time, and you can use them for any amount of actions.
Well, fuck, let's use them all. You know?
All right, sure. Now your target number is 3. Did you roll?
That's beautiful because I rolled a 9.
Oh my god, you love to see it. So yeah, you're able to call on all of your skills and all of the additional graces that your semi-mechanical body grants you, and you launch yourself right into the melee and straight over this guard. Couple of things that you notice. 1, there's a broad set of panels in front of you. 2, you see a small like cobbled together Numenera device that very much seems like that wasn't made with the rest of this stuff, sort of like inserted into a port, and it's painted this very vibrant crimson color.
Well, I can't see that, but
oh shit, that's true. So actually what you would get is the same sense of that yellow fog. You get that this is the source of it.
Oh, okay. You can't have 2 esoteries going at the same time, correct? So if I enact that same ability, it will disable the one I have going near central intelligence.
That one is basically, that one's like timed out at this point. Am has reasserted control over the vessel for the time being.
Wonderful. Can I do the same thing here?
So that would cost an action and use an action to get over here.
Got it. Okay, I'll hold on to it.
Next turn. Okay. Wilo and Rashiel have gone. Lichten, this will be your second crafting Numenera task. This will be target number 6. No, target level 6, number 18.
Okay, so I've got Craftnera. I also have that cipher that I used for easing manual dex tasks. So that's down 2 levels.
Yep.
So that brings it down to 4, which is 12. So and I'll spend 2 levels of effort again.
All right, target number 6. Nova and Verve, you're on deck after the scavengers.
I'm just like imagining myself like in a pile of like wires. I'm gonna use an experience point to reroll.
All right, you may use an experience point to reroll. Also, you're hearing like a clusterfuck going on around you.
Yep, that's my second priority, y'all.
Like, you're pretty sure you heard someone blow out a window.
Okay, I went from a 3 to a 6.
All right, 6 does it. Yeah.
Yay.
All right. So yeah, so what you're able to do basically is you have like basically a single button on a wire. So you can press that button from up here to send the elevator up and down.
Can I use a major effect to finagle it into like something more permanent?
Yeah, so it'll permanently work, but it just will permanently work from right here.
Oh, okay. So it's fine. I don't have to do anything about it. So it'll keep going up and down until...
Yeah, someone just needs to be press up, press down, press up, press down from this point, unless you get Central Intelligence back online. Sound good?
I'm going to hope someone gets on... I'm going to let it go down, and I'll see if someone gets on the elevator for now.
All right. Sure thing. So you sent it down?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, the elevator is now descending at its typical, rather sluggish pace, you feel like, at this point. So hopping back to the top, no, the scavengers are going. So what is going to happen now is the melee between the scavengers and the Eon Cavaliers is going to continue. And there are definitely the people of Remnant are definitely taking some damage here. You definitely see a couple of people fall. They haven't seemed to have died, but there are definitely a couple of people who are bleeding profusely, seem to have broken bones. And while 3 of the Eon Cavaliers are still standing. One, however, Nova, the one you shot with a bow, you are able to just see in this like clusterfuck of a melee battle, swings this big axe-looking thing into the crowd and misses. And you see Varl sidesteps this attack and pulls out what is called a monoblade. Which are these extraordinarily, impossibly sharp weapons, and brings it up from from below and cuts the man's arm off, completely through the armor.
Violence isn't the answer, but in this case, it is.
All right.
Oh.
So
that was satisfying.
That's my boy. Right. My little baby growing up trying to destroy
we taught
people.
him everything he knows.
All right, Nova and Verve, you are up.
Okay. So I'm going to, I think, try to. How are the guards looking?
Guards are looking decently beat up.
Is there anyone that looks like I could just finish off with one crushing blow?
Yeah, with a crushing blow, definitely. I'm saying that I'll put it to you this way: they're all about halfway dead.
All right. Wow. Okay. So I'm going to go to the ones that is closest, and I'm going to attempt a crushing blow.
All right. While you roll that, Verve, what are you up to?
I would like to throw Mother Superior off her game even more than she already is. Kind of helping with the with Rashiel trying to put her off balance, and so doing that, pose a question to her loudly so everyone can hear. Do you or do you not deny that you are the leader of the Convergence, Mother Superior? Do you deny that you sent me to turn off the thing that protected Charmand from the Iron Wind years ago?
I sent you to do something that you knew full well the consequences of. She sort of begins to stand up. She spits out a bit of blood.
Ooh, yeah.
The Convergence has no leaders.
So you don't deny it. You don't deny that you are associated with the Convergence.
Not deny it. Verve. How would you like a experience point?
Hell yeah.
All right. So in taunting her, you
put it in me.
Yeah. In taunting her, also, who would you like to give your second experience point to? You have enraged her enough to act quickly, and she's going to.
Yes. No, I'm giving it to Nova because Nova's dealing with combat, like actual combat. I'm just talking.
Sure. So yes, Nova, take one experience point. Verve, I'm going to ask you to make a speed defense roll.
All right, cool.
And since you've been taunting her, this will be hindered. This will be started at challenge 21.
Challenge 21. All right.
Alex!
No, back up. Target number 21. Challenge 7. I'm sorry.
Right, cool. Hold on. Let me just roll my d20 and try and roll a 63.
59.
That's really fucking high.
Sucks. No, target number 21.
Just roll my d60.
Okay. Right.
Okay. I'm spending speed points because.
All right. Sure.
Why not? I have 3 levels of effort. I will spend 2.
All right. Sure.
If I have an edge, that's what. That's.
If you have 1 edge, that'll bring it down from costing 5 to costing 4.
Costing 4. Great. Cool.
Right.
And no, I have might defense. Okay. But yeah. Okay. So what is that?
All right. So spending 2, that brings it down from 21 to 15.
To 15. Got it. All right. What are the cards? Guide me. 16.
All right. So you have watched a fair bit of like nano bullshit going on. People tossing magical rays at each other, all sorts of like, you know, bizarre energy fields and beam attacks and all this shit. This is something you did not see coming. She pulls her hand back and lets out what seems to be something that is like twice as powerful as any of the shit she has tried so far. You are able to get out of the way of it just barely, but it bores a hole straight through one of the walls in here.
Okay.
Speaking of...
Trying to shut me up, I see.
The truth will not be silenced.
Speaking of,
And stop the
Rashiel,
signal.
you are no longer flying, so you begin to fall. And this won't like put you in any peril right now. We'll be able to start determining height stuff on your next turn. But as your wings phase out, Mother Naomi turns around towards you and fires a beam just as intense as the one she just did towards you. So you can't. You're going to make a speed defense roll, but this would be hindered because you can't really do a whole lot since you have very little maneuverability as you're basically just beginning to fall.
Yeah, that's fair.
So this will again be a target number 21.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Speed.
Speed defense roll.
Okay, cool. Cool. Effort, yes?
Yes, you may spend
I can effort.
Yeah.
I'm going to do 3 levels of effort.
3 levels of effort,
Fuck
bring
ton
it
of
down
speed.
from 21 to a 12.
Okay, math. Hang on. I don't have any edge in this, so that's...
That'll cost you 7 points.
7, yeah.
Yep.
So that's perfectly fine. All right. Please.
Number 12.
And it fell. 1 second. This is fine. Well, that's a 7.
All right, so unfortunately, that does not do it. So as you begin to fall, you are absolutely bombarded by this seemingly empowered onslaught. You will take 10 damage to your might pool.
Ooh. 10 to might?
10 to might, reduced
Okay.
by armor.
Wait, was that with armor? I'm confused. What?
Without armor, so you can deduct your armor.
Deduct it. Okay, so
Yeah, you can knock it down with armor. It's 10 base damage.
so 7.
So yeah, so you'll take 7 damage to your might pool. If your might's out, it'll roll over to speed.
It is not.
All right, then yeah, you take a hell of a blast. Your implants like begin to like almost short out a bit, but they reactivate within short order.
I'm a sturdy little chobit. Okay.
All right, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Well, first of all, I would like to get back in safe somewhere.
Sure. Yeah.
Ground.
You're able to reactivate your dark matter wings and fly straight back in. It's a rough landing, but you're able to basically like summon these wings again as you begin to fall, and you're able to bring yourself in. You're standing now basically right in front of this shattered window. Your great big void black wings are unfurled as you're standing against the night sky. You're looking, even in the low light, pretty fucking intimidating.
Oh yeah, I imagine I'm still glowing a little bit.
A
So.
little bit, yeah. You stand there with your wings unfurled. What would you like to do?
Where is Naomi at this point?
More or less directly in front of you.
Oh, okay. Are we talking immediate distance?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Okay. I stab.
All right. So, what are you stabbing with?
I have a Chris. I mean, not the Wilo Chris. I have like hold on, like one of these.
Oh, a dagger. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
I have that.
So this would start off at target number.
It's in her character art.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. I'll also tell you this: you will need to spend if you hit, you will need to spend a major effect to get past her armor.
What if I'm like aiming for her neck? Does she have neck armor?
It's a field.
About some
It's like
knife
a
in your
pro-
neck.
Oh,
it's
the
a-
field. Okay,
it's a
fine.
projected,
That's
like,
fair.
mi-
It's a nano bullshit. Okay,
it's
okay,
nano
okay.
bullshit. Exactly.
Got it,
So
that's
if you
true.
hit and you spend one of your major
Bullshit.
effects, you'll be able to. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So
Yeah, exactly.
light weapon. So that eases it automatically by 1. So target number 15, you can spend from your might pool.
Cool. I actually have a training in hand-to-hand from my background.
I'll give it to you, because why not? Sure. So,
okay.
All right.
I was intending for it to be a dagger, but I wrote hand-to-hand, and it's been that way the whole season, so.
Okay, that's fair. So, that brings it down 2 levels. You can spend effort if you like.
From might?
From might.
No.
All right. Then in that case, you brought it down 2 levels from 18 to 12.
Christ, okay. This is gonna be so lame if I miss. That is another natural 20. Preston is the best.
Right. So then you will not need to spend.
I can't aim.
You will not need to spend any major effects. Rashiel, what does it look like as you kill your former mentor?
I don't have any words to say to her at this point, I don't think. I think there's just this moment of vindication and well-deserved revenge against this person who has, given her these abilities, but, when it's against your will, it's not really a gift. So there's this moment, I think, where she kind of locks eyes and has this second where she kind of remembers, like, you're the one who taught me to use this knife and you gave me the abilities to be a nano. And she's not really thinking about anything super deep or anything. She just has that moment of reflection, and then she cuts her throat open.
All right. Easy enough. So, in the very dim light of the emergency lighting of this vessel, you are able to cross the gap to her no problem. Your spectral wings still unfurled, taking up a massive amount of, sort of horizontal space. As you're able to get right up to her, grab her by the clothes and slit her throat. She collapses with a death rattle unceremoniously. And as she lays on the floor, bleeding out, you stand over her, and the rest of the battle is concluded in short order. So, this is where we will take our quick break. We're going to get up. So everybody get up, grab a drink, talk to your pets, talk to your loved ones. We will be right back in 5 or 10 minutes.
Clean off your daggers,
Bye.
everyone.
Oh, baby, I love your madness.
Welcome to our Patreon. Here on Open for Adventure, we are making high-quality Dungeons & Dragons content, folks. We have a great big world to share with you, and by becoming a patron, you can help us explore and expand upon this adventure. With your support, we can invest in more amazing artwork, better mics, fancy cameras, and overall stream quality. Not to mention, help us get some amazing new merch that we can use for giveaways. What do you get by becoming a patron? I'm so glad you asked. Let's take a look at the different levels and give you a sneak peek at what you can get at each tier. Did you know that the family of the First Lord Theo, the leader of the rebellion against the Empire, actually invented firearms nearly 25 years prior to the current campaign? The designs for this high-tech weapon are the Delaney family's best-kept secret. Also, they were originally invented by the late First Lady Victoria, Theo's mother. Access to lore leaks like this is what you can expect from the first tier, written in blog-style posts after each weekly session. Ever wondered what goes on off-camera? The next 3 tiers give you exactly that. With Stolen Moments, you can get access to text-based roleplay moments, highlighting experiences that don't make it onto the stream, like Leona's training session with Ray and Asmrit. Stolen Moments Plus gives you access to roleplay moments featuring our guests, non-player characters, and historical figures, featuring the likes of Marshall, Annalena, and even the Empress herself. And Roleplay Addiction takes us to a whole other level. This tier gives you exclusive 30-minute videos of canon interactions not otherwise seen on stream, like late-night drunken interactions between paladins or tender moments featuring your favorite character ships. The Warm Fuzzies is super simple. It's everything I've listed so far, and also you get your name on stream after our weekly regular sessions. Every obsession, and our undying love. And finally, the most epic of all Patreon tiers. Drum roll, please. The Lore Master. This ultimate and final tier gets you first look access at all of the content going into our upcoming, official, Open for Adventure campaign setting. Lore, maps, monsters, items, dungeons, dragons. Go ahead, have a look around, make yourself at home, and consider becoming a patron to help us make this fantasy world a little bit closer to reality.
Oh, hi! My name is Express Love. I'm the Senmarian god of coffee. Did you know that in Senmaria, every cup of coffee is made with found familiar coffee beans? That's canon. In Senmaria, every cup of coffee is good coffee because it's made with love by found familiar. Did you know that every bag of found familiar coffee features artwork from incredible members of the tabletop gaming community? That's canon. Each blend and roast of found familiar coffee features cool D&D names like Thieves' Cant, Face Step, and Pact Magic. In Senmaria, every royal meeting that Ray attends features the Cartographer's Blend, a brew of coffee made by found familiar in conjunction with Devon Rue. Now that's canon. Found familiar coffee. Buy it today.
Says, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. Life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces. Yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. Just do what you want with me.
sure if it took.
Oh man.
Sorry, y'all. Hey, we're live. You missed.
Screw it. Eggplant emoji.
Peach emoji.
Eggplant emoji.
Thumbs up emoji.
Is it working?
Hey.
Okay.
It took. All right. Anyway, this is the content y'all came here for.
Killing high Aeon priests and emojis.
All right. We return to Numenera Remnant as the Aeon Cavaliers, who are now of dubious organizational loyalty, have quickly been dispatched by either the five of you and the rest of the scavengers of Remnant who are still up here. Mother Naomi, or as she is more accurately called Mother Superior, has been killed by her former student, Rochelle. Currently, Wilo, you are at a large control panel where, again, you see this improvised red-painted Numenera device seemingly uploading information into the vessel.
I'm gonna smush that cloud.
Am I there?
All right. Yes. And I'll also say that you're able to very much like put two and two together and realize like, oh shit, I remember we saw something like this getting transmitted and now it's back.
Oh shit. Well, the elevator's partially working, but we need someone to manually do it, so maybe if we... Fuck I am, that's all I gotta say here.
Yeah, I mean, is it as simple as physically taking this piece of Numenera off or out of this machine? Or is it a cloud thing where I have to, like, matrix disable it?
Yeah, so physically pulling it out will stop it from getting any worse.
Okay.
However, what has already been uploaded, so to speak, still needs to be purged.
Is that something I think I can do, or do I need to take it somewhere? Or
you would need to like sort of futz with controls and otherwise interface with the machinery in here to be.
Oh, I'll futz away. Like what the fuck else am I doing?
All right, so I will say go ahead and roll an understanding Numenera roll. Let's first find out, is there anyone who would like to help out? All right, sure.
Yeah, but I'm not there, right?
No, you're in the same room.
You're here. That's right. I have 2 check marks in understanding Numenera.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, so that'll bring it down by 2 levels. You've got assistance here in the form of Licton and Rashiel, so that'll bring it down by another 2 levels.
Actually, I'm not. You know what? I'm not to be a dick. I'm not going to assist just because I think I'm still staring at the body of my mentor.
Fair. You brought it down by 3 levels. Your target number would be a 18 normally, so you brought it down by 3 levels to now being a target number 9.
I'm going to use my experience point on that big old one.
All right. What? You don't want to take the free GM intrusion?
Listen. Okay, that's a 15.
All right, that'll most certainly do it. Okay, so what you're able to determine is that you would be able to sort of initiate a purge of the system's personality, so to speak, from the room where you communicate with the central intelligence.
Okay.
Yeah, so you would need to basically move from here to there, which is like a few floors down. Would you relay this information to everybody with you?
I'm kind of in a hurry. Aren't we in a hurry and we don't have time to like... Honestly, no.
All right, sure. Let's fucking go.
Just gonna fuck right out of there.
Yeah, so y'all are in there, and Wilo just like nopes the fuck out.
Wilo, did it work? Can I tell if it worked?
You can tell that she learned something. What would the rest of you like to do?
I was gonna stand over Mother Superior and kind of see how Shields is doing, right. and then I have one more thing.
All right, sure. Nova, what are you up to?
Is there anything I can do to help the remnant salvagers who are wounded?
Yeah, sure. I will say that you're enough of a fighter to be able to know like how to sort of at least address these wounds in a cursory fashion.
I'm actually now trained in healing tasks.
Ooh, fancy. So yeah, you're definitely able to begin helping them out. I'll say this would be a challenge level 4, so being trained will bring it down 1 level to a challenge level 3. Target number 9.
Yeah, so 13.
What?
13.
13, yes, that'll definitely do it. So yeah, you and the other salvagers, who also seem to be adept at treating various types of injuries, although not quite like this, begin performing some initial like trauma care and first aid. And yeah, you nobody seems to be like in immediate danger of dying. There definitely seems to be some like further care that needs to be done. And some people will probably have, lasting injuries or scars, but no one has died, and none of the injuries seem currently life-threatening.
Let's patch him up. Let's get you down, or let's get you somewhere safe.
Sure. Yeah. So, Licton, where do you have to?
I know this is just the start because we still have to handle the iron when it's still on the way.
Mm-hmm.
I have an ability called Drain Charge where I can drain the power from an artifact or device. Would that be would a device be considered like a cipher?
Yeah.
Does it look like this thing that uploaded AM is like a cipher or an artifact?
It would be more along the lines of an artifact. It's basically a it's like a container for a machine intelligence, basically.
When I want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to pick up this device and just like lightning is arcing around my hands and it kind of like absorbs into my skin, and I want to drain it as much as I can to regain some of my intellect back.
Sure. So I like this, and I will say that you are very confident that in the process of draining this cipher, go ahead and roll whatever roll that would be.
It just says I can do it.
Does it say what you get out of it?
You regain points at a rate of 1 point per round, and I got to give my full concentration, but I get 1 intellect point per level drained.
Okay, so I imagine it's dependent on level of cipher.
Yeah.
Let me quickly. Okay, you'll have to spend 5 minutes, and you'll gain 5 points back.
1 point per round.
Oh, 1 point per round. Okay, yeah. You'll spend 5 rounds. You'll get 5 points back total.
Thank you.
But yeah, in the process of draining this, I will also say that you are confident that any semblance of AM that was previously in this data container is gone.
Oh yeah, it smells like burning circuits and it's charred to shit.
Yes, yeah. So you've definitely there's no way this could be used again to upload AM into anything else.
Good.
I
think I'm also gonna follow Wilo after that as well.
Yeah. Although the thought does cross your mind that if the Convergence could copy AM once, there isn't necessarily a reason why they couldn't have done so again. So you cannot be sure whether or not this was the ninth world would ever see of AM.
That's fair, but there's nothing we can do about that, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Yes, it is certainly for now the last you will see of Am. So why don't Verve and Rashiel, you have your conversation before we hop over to Wilo.
Kind of taking the opposite side of Mother Superior. You okay, Shields?
I thought I would be more relieved. But all I can think about is Charmand.
Charmand?
Yeah, I mean, she gave me everything. And I don't know why I'm just now thinking of her that way. I haven't thought of her like that in years.
Will it help to know that she's the one behind what happened in Charmand?
What do you mean?
You know her as Mother Naomi. It took me a while, but I recognize her as Mother Superior, the one who contracted me back in Charmand. This whole time I thought I was the one behind all of this.
I mean, do you feel relieved knowing that? I just kind of feel sick.
No. I'm more worried about Remnant.
Yeah,
whatever she put into motion, our home's in danger. It's a shame that we can't ask her, interrogate her.
Well,
She's got plans. That's okay. You did what you had to.
There is a part of me that's sorry it came to this, but it's not a large part. I think I'll get over it.
Get over it quick. We have a city to save.
Yeah.
And are any of the guard people alive?
No.
Dang it.
Well, I'll ask you. Do you want one to be?
I do want one to be.
Okay, sure. I'll say one is like sort of barely alive.
Okay. Verve is going to then see one. Oh, look, one's alive. Ask questions. And unfurl the daddy's long legs. Grab them by, I don't know if they're wearing shirts. I'm sure they're wearing shirts. And walk over to the window that has been opened. Dangle them over. And go. What was she planning?
So, in the process of dragging and dangling this person and searching for a shirt by which to grab them, you are able to determine that these people are also partially mechanical, but far and away more so than Rashiel. So, for instance, when this person opens their mouth to speak, it is a raspy metallic voice that answers you. Yeah, these people, like, especially now that you're looking, they seem to have been heavily modified. And based on the, like, non-standard, like, route, not all of the modifications were done the same way. So you're getting the sense that these people were experiments. They were experimented on.
So no answer?
No answer.
I'm pulling back in.
Sure, you pull him back in.
There has to be some. It's not an accident that she's here. It's not an accident that the Iron Wind is here. She has to know something.
I'm gonna go over. Well, I mean, Verve's not super far away or anything.
Yeah.
But I will go over too, and I think that if these people are noticeably mechanical, then
They definitely are at this point.
I would like to try and help Verve by interfacing with one of them, with the same one.
Okay, sure. Yeah. All right. Why don't you quickly go ahead and roll for that?
Sure.
This will be understanding Numenera task, challenge level 5. You can spend effort and do all that stuff as you like. For now, let's hop over to Wilo, and we'll come right back to you. Sound good?
Yep.
Rad. All right, Wilo. So you dip out of the command room and you head down a few floors, and you find yourself back in this sort of communion room where you once saw Am. Currently, that like enormous like face that you saw you first saw Central Intelligence. I apologize. You've not seen Am. That face that you saw that was a Central Intelligence is like still kind of there, but it seems to be like glitching and phasing in and out, and almost like interspersed or interconnected with another similar kind of face in a way. This enormous sort of sickly green yellow thing that's like vaguely humanoid, but just like not quite. It's got like very vertically sort of like long sunken in eyes, a very sort of like depressed, almost like snake-like nose. It's very much a
Voldemort.
It looks
Oh my god, I'm not muted.
What is he doing here? It's not the end of the school year,
right? But yeah, so this is This is what is human-like, humanoid, but very much not human. And it's you basically walk in, and there's not a whole lot going on. Just this glitching back and forth of these two entities trying to assert control over the vessel.
Did Central Intelligence is only known by that name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'll approach.
You approach.
Would you like some assistance?
You are greeted by a very garbled sound. It sounds like metal scraping on metal, or like odd sort of static. You're not quite able to get any discernible information out of it.
I'll take that as a yes. And I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
Do I need to do... Since I've already gathered the information from upstairs, is there anything else I need to do down here before I start trying to get this yellow
So there are
out of here?
There are control panels all around this sort of like face display thing, for lack of a better word. And you're able to determine that these are the manual overrides and controls for the intelligences. So this is for the humans, or the people of the vessel, to assert control over the machine intelligence that runs these things. It is basically the manual overrides and the ways that the people of this thing made sure that they were the ultimate authorities here.
Great. I want to assert control.
All right, sure. So that'll be an understanding Numenera task. Your initial target would be I'll say that this is like kind of the purpose of these. So I'll say target starts off at 4. You have skilled in understanding Numenera on 2 levels. That'll bring it down from a level 4 to level 2, target number 6. Would you like to spend any effort, or are you gonna roll again?
Fuck it.
All right, roll again 6.
That is a nat 20. I shit you not. I can't move my camera the way Seth does, but...
All right. So, not only are you able to initiate the purge that will restore the central intelligence, you are able to generate what is called a major effect, which is basically you adding on to your success in some way, or further defining it or extending it in a way that you see fit. So, is there anything else you would like to accomplish?
Make the elevators work? Is that a thing?
All right, I'll do you one better. I've got you.
Okay.
It's a good one.
All right, so what happens before we quickly hop over to Rashiel? Wilo, you're able to sort of interface with the machines here, and it's very, very sort of simply laid out. You get the sense that like this is made for emergencies, and it is not actually. It's like one way connected to the machine intelligence. The machine intelligence cannot interact with like these terminals. Only you can interact with them and in turn affect the central intelligence. So you're able to initiate a very specific and very highly powered purge, basically, that strictly seems to be removing any sort of like introduced virus or unfamiliar, unintended intelligence or code or anything like that. So you initiate a very targeted processing thing, which is deleting basically the essence of AM as it goes along, as it runs through its cycles. So as this happens, let me get some different music going.
Wilo, did you get it fixed?
I always get it fixed.
All right, so yeah, you come into this place, Licton, and you come in just in time to see the lights all sort of come back on. The face of the central intelligence comes back in full, blazing this bright electric blue color. And all throughout the vessel, you all hear a very familiar, very calm voice. Please hold on to something. And what happens is the ring around the central intelligence, basically like some of it basically extends so it can like swallow up other parts. And basically what happens is it starts spinning in on itself and reducing in size So the outer ring basically gets compressed into a much smaller ring. The hallways that you've been taking have the spokes that have been like straight shots from somewhere on the control hub to somewhere on the ring are now these like curved hallways that are basically being like bent and twisted along with the ring as it curves up and in on itself and constricts into a very narrow circle, which is, it matches very evenly the sort of geometry of the clearing below you. And 4 elevators descend. Well, 3, because the central elevator already. So 3 remaining elevators descend, and now what once would have been, a trek through the Castilian jungle to get from Remnant to these 3 other elevators. Now all 4 elevators can be used functionally, and like there's no trek needed. The ruin has basically compressed itself. Such that now you have a much easier time loading people up in here. And it is at this point when A, you realize that Wilo, you have fixed the elevators, and B, we will hop back over to Rashiel. Rashiel, what did you roll for your attempt to interface?
So before I rolled, I wanted to let you know that I'm spending 3 levels of effort, and I'm also specialized in understanding Numenera.
So that's a gimme then. That's for you.
Yes.
All right. So let's see. Okay. Yeah. So you interface, and a couple of things. I'll just give you the brief summary for the brief overview. So all 4 of these Aeon Cavaliers were basically experiments done by the Convergence, who are like basically plants in the Order of Truth as these guards for Mother Superior. Her goal basically was to come here, attract the Iron Wind, and steal the vessel. She was going to use Am to basically bypass the authority of the Central Intelligence to take the vessel and flee. So, and when you were waiting for her, when you entered the control room, she was in the process of waiting for Am to have control over the thrusters. So she was just waiting to get the go-ahead to actually fly away with the full kit and caboodle.
I will tell this to Verve and I guess whoever else is nearby. I don't know if anyone else is here, but
Nova and
Verve definitely sits.
Some of the scavengers are nearby.
Okay. I will relay this out loud.
Sure. You relay it out loud.
So there was no backup plan.
It doesn't seem like it. She was always very arrogant is too tame of a word.
Gonna loot the body.
Loot the body.
I'm just gonna stare at him.
Checking pockets and shit.
Yeah, so you're able to find weapons. You notice
Verve, what the fuck?
These people were not equipped with ciphers.
Oh, sorry, not the dudes, the Mother Superior.
Mother Superior. Okay, you loot her body. Why don't you? I'll roll a few ciphers, but you are definitely able to find ciphers on her. Yeah, so I'll roll a couple of ciphers that you would have found on her. Is there anything anyone else would like to do up in the ruin? You see that it is just beginning to, the sky is just beginning to lighten up. Dawn is not far away.
I think after Wilo got the elevators fixed and after the vessel has condensed, I'm gonna go back down, tell people, hey, get people back up there, and I'm gonna help Sabine like she asked me to.
Yeah, sure. You do that. The scavengers who are healthy and a lot of the people who are like scavengers and builders and the people who are awake, who are able to make up the first wave of people up the elevators, a lot of them rush over to the fourth elevator that you unceremoniously blew up to like seal it up to make sure it doesn't cause a problem on leaving and returning. But what happens at this point is a full-scale evacuation is basically initiated. People are going door to door. There are so there's a small swarm of these like wee little spherical automatons built by Rashiel, and they're like flying around very busily, blasting this alert message like warning, warning, enter the ruin, iron wind incoming, that sort of thing. There's another automaton called a Zev.
My other baby.
Imagine like almost like one of the Reapers from Mass Effect, that kind of shape, except it's walking around on like a sort of like quad of little tentacles or metallic tendrils. And it's sort of walking around and like just sort of like making sure that people aren't trampled. It is like also like knocking on some doors. It's a big thing that honestly is based off a design of like a defensive automaton, but like this thing is like very much just a big facilitator. It's just helping people move. But yeah, the full settlement is definitely up and in the process of evacuating. And the evacuation won't take super terribly long, because you have all four elevators accessible to you. But did you say you were going to Sabine, Licton?
Yes.
Yeah. Licton, what did you? I mean,
it was all Wallow. They did good.
Yeah, damn sure. Look, we're still gonna need time. We're still gonna need time to finish. A couple hours.
When we were up in the vessel, was I able to see the Iron Wind? And to see, maybe get an estimate on how far it was?
Yeah, at that point I would say it's too dark.
Okay.
Yeah, it is just now beginning to lighten up.
Is that something I can do?
Now?
When it gets lighter, yeah.
When it gets lighter, yeah, sure.
Then I want to see if there's any way we can see how far it is.
Sure. And Sabine also was able to like deconstruct that transmitter, and she tells you that you're basically cutting it close. You're estimated to finish the job like half an hour before the Iron Wind gets there.
Then I'm just gonna do what I can and help Sabine.
All right.
Because as much as I would like to work on my own projects, I think spreading the forces too thin is not a good idea.
All right. So, Licton, you are going to the build site with all the other, with most of the other nanos and experts. You see Pandora is there. A small cluster of people from the Reverberant Coil are there. Some of the Eon priests from and Fate are there. Nova, what are you up to?
I don't think that I don't know that I would be of much help on the build site. I think perhaps I would be best used just in ensuring that people are orderly and calm. If there are people who are struggling to take their belongings or anything like that.
All right.
As they're evacuating, I'll help with that. But I think as Licton and Wilo and anyone else who are heading off to the build sites for the EMP that is in the center of town, near town?
It's near the center of town, broadly.
Okay. But I'll just stop Licton as he's going to say, and you always do good work, but do your best. Yeah?
I'll definitely try our best. We don't got much of a choice, Nova.
I'm going to go do some see if I can help around town, get people to the elevators, and we'll meet back here. Well,
I'd like
before it starts.
Before you go off, I'd like to give your shoulder like a squeeze, reassuringly. We'll see you up there.
All right. So yeah, Nova, you're definitely able to help out. A lot of what you're asked to carry is like medical supplies and other things that belong to Elliot Hermosian, who is a town doctor, practitioner of improvised medicine. But yeah, so that is what you're able to help very effectively with that.
But like definitely want to make sure any supplies like that, or if there's like specialized rations or anything like that, so that nothing is getting left behind.
Yeah. Rashiel, what are you up to?
Someone else, I don't know yet.
All right. Wilo, what are you up to?
I suppose after Licton takes off, if nobody's giving me direct instructions and everybody's just kind of minding, like they're just doing what they do, can I, since I don't have the same information, can I assess how much time we have until the Iron Wind arrives?
How would you like to do that?
Go outside and look at the sky?
Okay, yeah, sure. So it'll take a while until... Actually, no, because you got your Soul Sees Beyond thing. Go ahead and make a perception roll. This will be... Do you have any abilities from See Beyond that would help you with distance?
No.
All right. Then yeah, so... Excuse me. Let's just make this a perception roll. For you, I'll say it'll be a challenge 15.
19.
All right. So two things. One, you definitely see the small cloud of the Iron Wind, this beeline straight towards you from the east. Two, the 19, you incur a minor effect, which is another sort of way you can further define your success that is not quite as dramatic as a major effect. So is there anything additional you would like to learn?
Do I have time to get the fuck out of here?
I would say you do.
I'm gonna leave.
All right. So as the people of Remnant are all evacuating and all heading towards the center of town.
Would I naturally pass by where Licton is on my way out?
Yes, you would.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'd have to pass by the build site.
Okay. I think that as I am passing through there, I will honestly just very gently brush against Licton as I'm walking by, and just give him a little nudge and a smirk, and I'm just gonna keep walking.
Sure. Doing what you can to have helped out this problem, Wilo. You know that whatever happens now, it's in the town's hands. There's not a whole lot more that you can do to help. Although, depending on your particular moral compass and goals and ideals, you might sleep a little easier knowing that a lot of this was possible because of your help. And that thought may or may not bring you comfort as you take the long and winding road west back towards the Steadfast.
Am I going home?
You could be going anywhere you like, but you know that there are two roads in. One road from the west, one road from the east. Okay. West is safe. East is not.
Go that way.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cartwheel into the sunset.
Yeah, so you do exactly that.
Or against the sunrise, I guess.
Rashiel, do you have anything you would like to do before we hop to Verb?
I mean, I think probably just getting my shit together at this second. Getting ready to go down and help where I can, but just kind of gathering.
Yeah, sure. You're able to center and compose as long as you need to. You see that people are like streaming in here.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tight fit since everything has become very compressed.
Yeah.
People are very easily able to, exit out into the outer ring, which is it's like plenty of like room for everybody to like, be comfortable, but like also like if the vessel stayed the size, not everyone would have a bedroom. But you get the sense that if it can squeeze, it can stretch.
The only thing that I want to clarify is that when I say I'm getting my shit together, I'm taking an action rest as well.
Okay, yes. Let me know about that. I would say you also have time to take a 10-minute rest if you'd like.
You know what? Fuck it, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Verve, what are you like to be up to?
I want to find Banshee.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and make me a Banshee finding roll?
Banshee finding roll. All right,
have
cool.
Any skills that you think would apply to finding Banshee?
I don't think so. I honestly don't. Yeah, no. Other than the fact that there's this weird bond with Banshee.
Okay, I'll give you an asset for that.
Okay.
Sure.
Cool.
So I'll say this will be of a challenge because Banshee has actually hindered itself because of her size. So challenge 4, reduced by 1 from your asset. Target number 9.
9. All right. 17.
17. Yeah, you're able to trek out to the Caecilian jungle while everybody is busy evacuating and stuff. The area is growing brighter by the minute. And you step out into the jungle. It doesn't take you long to find Banshee. For those of you at home who have not seen or otherwise forgotten, Banshee is a large Tyrannosaurus Rex-looking creature that is it's this vibrant sort of tiger stripe of pink and white. And rather than those like stubby little T-Rex hands, it has these huge, almost like forearm, like almost like the tips of like a lance. As forelimbs. So yeah, you're able to find Banshee no problem. And she looks agitated.
Hey. I don't know if you know, but this place is about to be really dangerous. Do you want... We have some room. And I'm gonna try and like interface. I don't know, like, yeah.
Sure.
She's reached out to me before, and I'm trying to open myself up to that.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead and make. This will be an intellect task. If you feel like you have any skills that you can apply.
Person-to-person interaction is the only thing I got, but this is not a person.
This is most certainly not a person.
Okay.
So this will be of a challenge level 18 to start. You can spend from your intellect pool.
Okay, I've got I have efforts. I have 3 effort, and I have 2 things of edge.
All right. So then your total cost if you spent all 3 effort would be, how many edge you have? 3?
2.
2. Then your total cost would be 5 if you spent all 3.
Oh, yeah, sweet. Yeah, I've got plenty of intellects.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you brought it down 3 levels from a 6 to a 9. Or 6 to 18 to 9.
18 to 9. Great. 12.
12. Yeah, that'll do it. So you don't
I
quite
love
get
this dice.
you don't quite get sort of mind projected into the data sphere like you did prior. But there definitely seems to be a connection of intent that forms. And Banshee seems to be unsure. She definitely seems to prefer to migrate.
Okay. I don't get the sense that she'll be able to outrun the Iron Wind.
Not outrun in a pure chase. But if you told Banshee which way to go, you get the sense you could at least bring her out of the path that gets it into Remnant.
Okay. Out of the path and into Remnant to potentially...
Out of the Iron Wind's path into Remnant.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah, it's coming from this direction. Try and relay that mind-wise.
Yeah.
Your best bet is to head in that direction.
Yeah. Banshee definitely seems to understand and seems to be, to whatever extent an apex predator dinosaur can be grateful, seems to be grateful.
don't know if I'm gonna see you again, but thanks for being part of my home. Then I'll go back and help. Or
what would you like to help with?
I'm checking to see if anyone is just still in their houses.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you can go around and check houses. Hopping back to Licton. So you are currently working on the build. Why don't you quickly make me a crafting Numenera roll. This will be to see how much time, if any, you can give them, like additional lead time before the wind shows up.
Yeah, I still got that flex skill, and I'm going to use 3 levels of effort.
Sure. Yeah. So your target number originally would have been 18. Now it is
12.
3 levels of effort
plus my flex skill.
Yeah. So
Wait, no,
you bring it down from 18 to 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's I got a 13.
13. Yeah. You would say that you're able to push the pace now that you've got there. You're familiar with the design of the weather spear to some extent. So you're able to, sort of know how to continue to work on it. And I'll say with your help, they're able to push the projection out to basically being 2 hours ahead of the wind is when this will be finished.
Good.
All right. So, Nova, what would you like to do, assuming that all of the boxes have been lifted and all of the people are, it's pretty much a given that they'll all be up in time?
So, I think what I would like to do, I see that at this point, Verve is, I can see him like shepherding the last little stragglers up, and things are pretty much set. I think what I would like to do is, I don't know if, our community is going to just like survive in a vessel and what will become of the part down here. Mm-hmm. I'd like to go back to my my rock garden, and which I think I've sort of like made into a walkable spiral. I'd like to walk to the very center of it and find a large-ish, flat-ish rock. And I'd like to take out from my from like one of my wraps this small rod. And I'm gonna activate it. It pops out to about a foot long. And I'm going to take this rod and use it to mark on the stone. This was Remnant.
Okay.
And I would like to take this to the center of the rock configuration and bury it slightly under the ground.
Sure. Yeah, you're able to do that. What would you like to do as... So I guess I'll just ask this. As the wind approaches, would you like to enter the vessel for the evacuation?
Where's everybody else?
We haven't gotten to everybody else yet.
Whoa!
Okay. Okay, then I'll get back to you, but I will put that is the...
I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm going to, ahead of that, so I'm going to start going back. And I think maybe stand... You know what? Here's what I would do, though. Having done that, nothing left for me here. I'm going to go and I am going to walk to the foot of one of the elevators.
If you're able to do that, no problem. There are few people using it anymore. So you're able to basically stand there and know it's there for you if and when you need it. Rashiel, what would you like to do? And after you do your final preparations, would you like to enter the vessel or would you like to stay on the ground?
So thinking that the main thing that I'm trying to do is similar to Licton, just trying to make sure that this installation works as best as it possibly can. If there's any way that I can make it work better, faster, stronger, etc., then I want to to do that, but I'm going to be doing that for as long as possible.
Yes. Okay.
Like, I don't want to leave anything unfinished.
Okay, then I'll tell you what. Why don't you give me because at this point you're trying to optimize it as opposed to just
essentially
getting built. This will be of a challenge 8. So your starting target number will be 24. And this is factoring in the fact that you have a bunch of people helping out. So your 2 assets are already counted. You can count on your own skills and your effort, but that is all you can spend for this. You have no assets available.
Okay, so assets are already incorporated.
Yeah.
Does that include my specialization?
That's a skill. So specialization will bring it down 2 levels to a 6.
Okay. And that is okay, so I'm specialized. I mean, technically I also have the wearable workshop. It's of late.
That grants assets.
Fuck. Okay, fine. That's kind of all I got.
All right.
Unless I can interface to ease it another level, but I think that also works as an asset.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
okay, that's fine. Skills then.
So just skills. Do you want to spend effort?
Yeah, since I just refreshed. Let's go ahead and let's throw 3 levels.
All right.
Intellect, right?
Yes, intellect. So
yeah,
you
let's
brought
do
it
that.
down from an 8 to a 3. Target number.
Okay, let me math. Hang on.
Target number 9.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember how much it is. I think it's 5 total because I have 2 edge.
Yeah, it should be 5.
5. Cool. I thought so. 12. That's fine. Please. That. If it falls one more time, fine. I'm just gonna roll a different one. Hang on. Stay put. That is an 18.
All right. So here's what I will say. I will say that you're able to optimize it for power. You are sure that if this goes off successfully, it will definitely be able to kill Iron Wind over a large radius.
Okay. It's a big if.
All right. Knowing that you have done all that you can do, would you like to stay on the ground or would you like to enter the vessel?
I'm going to find Verve.
All right, sure. Verve, what would you like to do?
Same questions? You're gonna find Verve messing with the flyer.
You find Verve messing with the flyer.
I didn't know if there was anything.
No, that's it. Yeah, you're gonna find Verve messing with the flyer. I mean, the answer to the question, if I want to go in the vessel, stay on the ground, I'm staying on the ground, but not for long.
All right.
Why are you still out here? We can. Evac's winding down. We have plenty of lead time, I think.
Shields, I can't stay.
I think we've talked about this.
Yep.
Yeah, So it was your plan to just fly off ahead of it and hope to beat it, or what's the plan here?
You know I don't have a plan. He's lying.
Can I roll?
You don't need to.
Okay, I just know it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're not gonna tell me, that's fine.
I want to say I'm sorry, but not really from me. For, it's more for you and Nova and Licton, Varl, Sabine, Captain, everyone.
So you're going to be on Charmon's hit list and Sabine's hit list.
I mean, I've always been on Sabine's hit list.
That is true.
We just didn't know it.
That is true. But if you take her flyer,
She can call it back.
I don't think she will. I think she would let you go.
Tell her she can call it back.
Okay.
Well,
How long has it been? 2 years? 2.5?
I don't even know anymore. It's been longer than I thought it would be.
It's weird how it's come full circle. Clandestine meeting between one Nano and one Jack.
Yeah. Funny how things work out.
Just have this calling. I can't.
Yeah, I know. You gotta go touch that sky.
I feel like Licton's gonna take it the hardest.
That's an interesting situation. You posit, considering I think you know the way we feel about each other.
I didn't think we were gonna talk about that.
I mean, I was not going to, but considering I just killed someone again, and now it looks like I don't know how long any of us have. Suddenly, I'm less inclined to not talk about it. This is terrible timing, but when else would I ever? That being said, I'm not going to stop you.
If Shields will allow, Verve is gonna pull her into a hug.
Shields will, of course, allow.
Somehow it doesn't feel like bye.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't do anything stupid, but at least don't get killed.
And you need to get back to the elevators.
Yeah, I do.
Right. So, at this point,
I have a very important question.
yes.
And then also one, and depending on what the answer to this question is, I might have one thing I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
The installation that we are building, does it need to be activated from the ground?
Interesting you asked that. I was just about to bring that up. At this point, I will say I have no more experience points to give. I will simply ask everyone, how would you like to accept one final complication into the story?
Yes.
If this has to do with the question I just asked, I was already going to volunteer to stay on the ground.
It absolutely does. I have been planning that since the first session.
Then I know what I'm doing, but I have one more thing that I want to do before.
Yes. So I will say that a couple of things happen. Speaking of this, I will cut right to this scene then. You're pretty sure you can you have completed the EMP projector. Most of the people are packing up. Sabine has been in charge of creating a remote activation, and she's been just finishing that up. And you were like one of the very last people down here. Pandora has left. She is up the elevators with Poppy. All of the people from other communities have left. For the sake of simplicity, I will say that all of y'all are still down on the ground for one reason or another. When Licton, you hear over from Sabine's workbench, "Fuck!"
Oh no. What happened?
She holds up basically like two broken halves of some component.
Do we have any spares? I've got like 4 different Neras in my pocket.
I don't know, maybe?
Can I just dump out my pockets?
You're sure? You dump out your pockets, and in the process of sort of sifting through, you would know that you are in search of what is called a kaon dot. These are small motes of energy and you're not able to find any.
So what's this mean? Is it not gonna work?
It'll work, but it has to be activated from down here.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Is it just me and Sabine?
At this point, yes.
I'll make sure it gets activated, Sabine. You should go back up. While the elevators are still here.
Licton, I am so sorry.
If it works, you don't have to be. So just cross your fingers for me, alright?
She pulls you into a very tight hug, if you will permit her.
Oh, of course. She's like a second mom.
Mm-hmm. And you can see that she's taking this pretty hard. But
Listen,
she's also not going to fight you.
I have faith in your abilities as a rat. You did great. And if shit hits the fan, don't blame yourself, alright?
Stay alive.
I'm gonna do my best.
She gives you another hug and dips on out. And I will say, through the rumor mill, through the last of the people heading up the elevators, that all of you are able to hear that Licton is currently the only person at the build site.
I also want to go find Verve before he pieces. He does deuce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for the sake of simplicity, I will say everyone who wants to meet Licton at the build site, let's do that first. Then Licton, you can find Verve.
Sure.
And then we'll run out our final scene and call it a game. So Nova and Rashiel, how are you reacting to hearing that Licton is the only person left at the build site?
Yeah. I so immediately, motion to whoever is by the elevator, like, don't make your last trip until hold the elevator as long as you can, and I'm gonna go find Licton.
Yeah, sure. And Rashiel will say you're able to keep up with Nova for that.
Yes, I'm going.
Yeah. So Licton, Rashiel, Nova, you're all reunited at the build site. This enormous monument of Numenera development looming over you.
Why are you still down here?
You find me pacing.
Did something go wrong?
Yes, actually. The installation can only be enabled manually, not remotely.
Well,
yeah.
Perhaps Rashiel can fix it, as in the past.
Sabine couldn't. We don't have a rat component. Unless you have, what'd she say it was called? And I ramble off whatever it was.
Ion dot.
An ion dot.
I mean, you know what? Fuck it. We have enough lead time, and I'll dump out my ciphers. Let's look. I'm not using any of them.
You can always read Callie's card again. I don't think she's using them right now.
The card has been pulled up.
Yeah, I think that she's got it somewhere really safe after I, did what I did last time.
So you stole from her.
I didn't. It was whatever. And I'm gonna dump out my things because I still have an atomic bomb.
According to what she said, you stole from her.
Well, is she trustworthy?
When it comes to business, yes.
It's not business if it's not legal.
What she does is legal, but regardless, anyway.
Yeah, but anyway.
All right. So to see if you potentially have a K-on dot on you.
Yes.
In any of your ciphers.
Yes.
I will say any of your, as in like the plurality of everyone who is like here.
Okay. Get my pretty 20 that fell.
1d100.
Oh.
Do you want to do it? Do you
Someone
want to do it, Nova? No.
I'm not doing it. I don't roll dice in this game.
Dibs, I'm not there.
Okay.
All right.
You asshole.
Let's go. Let's go.
God damn it.
He's not there.
Do not fuck this up.
1d100.
Can we use experience to reroll?
I'm gonna say no. For this one, I'm gonna say no.
Fair.
You're not gonna tell me about any targets or anything? No? Just
No.
want me to tell you what I get?
I have a hard target in mind.
Got it. Okay. Here we go.
Except I swear to God.
100.
A
Gaffer, I swear to God.
Cut off.
Show me 69.
If we get 69 though.
Okay,
43.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'll tell you what, if it gets 69, I'll give it to you, even though that wasn't originally my cutoff. 43 will not do it.
'Cause nice.
43 is not nice enough, nor is it large enough. Oh my god. But 43, like I said, 43 is not large enough, nor is it nice enough to produce a Kaon dot from any of the ciphers y'all are in possession of.
I have enough faith in Sabine's work. That's gonna be fine.
Rashiel, you hear a bit of a whining sound behind you.
Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Shit. 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 Shit.
Do you turn around?
Of course.
You turn around and you see Ash, and a slightly larger Ash. Mary, you can turn down the creature meter as the second hot Skype has entered the chat.
Who is this?
Ash
Yeah,
sort of
who's
like
this?
walks up to you, sits expectantly, looks right up at you,
Who is this?
wags all three of his tails.
Is this your girlfriend?
Girlfriend stays back a bit leery, but she's watching.
Well, hello. Oh my god, okay. Ash, honey, you should be up in, go bring her, go up into the vessel.
Yeah, Ash will.
Go be safe.
Ash like begins to walk off in that direction, but then stops and turns back to look at you.
I'll be up in a minute.
Ash walks away hesitantly, and the second hot sky follows.
Y'all should get up in the vessel.
It doesn't feel right to walk away while you're waiting here.
There's a lot of people that need protecting up there if something goes wrong.
There are thousands of them. Somebody answer.
But you're Numenera's defender.
They have Varl now, and you saw he sliced a man in two.
I did
Pretty
not see
much.
that. He slashed the man in two.
Oh, he
It
did.
was really
He sliced a man in
impressive.
two.
I'm so proud of him. No offense, Nova, but you're not gonna be able to fight nanites. You're just gonna be putting yourself in danger.
The only thing I can do, I can take one last look at this thing, but I don't. I pretty much optimized it as much as I could earlier, but
I'm hoping between you and Sabine, it's gonna be fine.
I think I would like to take one last look at this thing.
Sure. What would you like to look for?
A way to set some kind of timer and have it just activate automatically.
Okay. Are you looking
So we
to
can
see if
all
that-
yeet.
Are you looking to see if that's possible, or are you building one?
See if it's possible with what we already have.
All right, sure. Especially with what you already have, why don't we make this? This will be an understanding Numenera roll.
Cool. It's
will
my
put
floor
this-
20.
I'll put this at a chat. This will start off at a challenge level 8. This is an immensely complicated machine. that is built by a bunch of different people of different crafting styles, using materials that could be gathered very quickly and materials that were already on hand. In short, this is very much guerrilla science as opposed to something that was very elegantly and thoughtfully crafted.
Yeah, we were building in a rush for sure.
Yeah, so this will start at a challenge level 8.
2 assets?
Fine.
Or an asset from me?
Yeah, you can get 1 asset from Licton.
Okay.
You have 2.
I'm going to interface. Yeah,
right,
2 levels in understanding. I have an asset from interfacing and from Licton.
All right, sure. That'll bring it down.
And I will use all 3 levels of effort because
So
the most important thing ever.
7 levels. Your target number is 3.
I swear to God. I feel like I should roll this on camera.
Let's go. 3 or above.
That is a 16.
16. All right. So, I'll put it to you this way. It's theoretically possible. However, you would be cutting it extremely close to the point where you're unsure if it would be a benefit. You would have to craft at an exceedingly
swift.
Yeah, you'd have to craft exceedingly fast.
So, okay, so to be clear,
in order to get an actual benefit out of it.
To be clear, that's coming up against the time and everything. Wasn't this thing made explicitly to accept a signal to be turned on remotely initially, and then the remote broke, right?
Some part of it broke. You're not sure whether that is the activator or whether that was a part that was supposed to be integrated into the machine itself. I'll say for the sake of it that like some sort of integrated part, some aspect of the physical machine. Basically, the receiver broke.
Okay. There's a physical part of it that's broken.
Yes.
That's not able to do the thing. In that case, since I rolled a 16, am I able to use an effect?
Yeah, sure. Let's say yes.
Okay, we'll talk about it. I have this really cool player intrusion / effect thing called Inexplicably Unbroken.
All right. Okay. That is a player intrusion that you can trigger.
Okay,
so
I can do that.
What does that say?
Yeah, let me get it.
Because it might be if it's specific to artifacts or ciphers, it won't trigger.
Yeah, let me take a look.
This is specifically an installation. While Rashiel is looking for that, Licton and Verve, why don't you have your final conversation?
Yeah, I wanted to go find Verve. Are you still at the flyer?
Yeah.
Rashiel, you can DM me what that says.
I kind of approach with kind of my my notebook that I always have, kind of like this against my hands, because I not nervously but like worriedly approach. You gonna take Sabine's flyer?
What are you still doing here? You should be up there.
Yeah, that's what everyone's telling me.
I'm not taking it. I'm borrowing it.
Like you said, she can always call it back. I'm staying on the ground if we can't get a way to remotely detonate the installation.
You have to trigger it from here?
The Aeon dot is broken. It's a piece of iodum, and we don't got any. Rashiel's taking a look at it right now, see if we can do it like a timer, but nothing is guaranteed. And if we don't set it off, Remnant's not gonna... People in Remnant aren't gonna have a home to come to. Unless we want to start from scratch.
I can do it. I can do it.
I think you're better off going with the plan you told me. Sneaking away and going to see the world.
But this way no one has to risk Licton.
Verv. You are in mid-decision on leaving.
Yeah.
And I think you should continue to go follow your dreams. If you do this, you're probably not going to touch the ding-dang sky.
Wanna bet?
Anyway, I think Sabine's installation's going to work. But if it doesn't, I wanted to give you this. I want to hand you my book. From Jack to Jack, this is gonna... It's got a lot of handy information in here.
I'll take it. And
There's a couple pages on constellations in there you might find interesting.
be sure to read them.
Navigation too, if you want to learn how to navigate by the stars.
And he looks up and that will be useful.
But yeah, I just wanted to give that to you before I went to go back check up on Rashil.
You sure you'll be okay? I expected you to be a little bit more broken up.
I think I'm gonna be alright. Staying.
And he's like smiling and like it's obviously a tease.
Dwelling on it ain't gonna help anything.
Okay.
Hey, if we all make it out of this fine, you make sure you come visit. Come say hi. Because Remnant's gonna be much bigger and probably be in tens of thousands of people here. Next time you see it.
Sure. I'll come visit every year or so. He's lying.
I have a hindrance in seeing through deception. It's fine.
He's being really obvious.
I pretend not to notice.
Right.
Which is also bad because I'm not a good liar. I'll see you. Right?
I'll see you.
And I'll head back to Rashil.
All right. So, Rashil, in the meantime, at the dig site, you were able to finagle something of a fix to the transmitter. You were able to basically bypass the need for a Kaon dot necessarily, although this does limit the effective range of the transmitter. No longer can this be activated from the vessel. This has to be activated within a long range, so within about 100 feet. This will ease a potential defense roll.
So I got it to where you don't have to actually physically touch it. As long as you're within, 100 feet or so, you can activate it. It still is going to put whoever stays at risk of the wind.
So it doesn't really matter, basically, because I highly doubt the vessel within, a couple hundred yards, it's going to have to go farther than that.
Yeah.
How does it work?
It's something.
Alex, does it need to be pulsed when it's basically here?
When the iron wind is here, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, there's like a meter or a screen on it that says okay, it calculates the size of the iron wind and it is able to say, okay, hit it now, you're gonna get 99% of it or some sort of tolerance range.
Cool.
It's not much, but it's what I could do.
I can give myself a head start. Head off in another direction. I've increased my endurance to zap away. Make it just a chain reaction.
Sounds like you've decided.
I want y'all to have a place to come back to.
Oh.
Instead of having to start from scratch.
If there's anybody I would believe when he says something like that, it would be you. You have never lied or bent the truth with us before. So if you believe that the work is good, I think.
I trust Sabine and Rochelle's skills a lot.
All hear a low rumble as the thrusters on the vessel seem to activate. It's not going anywhere yet, but it seems to be preparing for launch.
Y'all should get ready.
The sun is rising on the horizon now. You get the sense that from the vessel, you'd be able to probably see the Iron Wind at this point. It's bright enough.
Come, Rochelle. Your Ash needs you.
Licton, be safe, and I'm going to give you one of my ciphers. I'll send it to you. I'll DM it.
Okay.
I'm going to give you two.
It's going to be useful, but there's one that I think maybe.
All the ciphers.
Yeah, I'm going to give you my two as well.
Yeah.
In addition to this...
Oh, wait, you can't have them all.
Don't hold too many. You'll get cipher sickness.
Because that matters right now.
That's fine. I'll suck it up.
Do you have a magic bag or something that can hold them?
All right, I like that.
Already.
I like that.
It might be helpful. I don't know. And before I go, I'm going to do two things. First thing, I am going to use a new ability called Energy Protection.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put a hand on Licton's shoulder if he'll permit, so I can use it on him.
Mm-hmm.
This will allow me to choose a discrete type of energy, and then this person will gain plus 10 armor against damage from that type of energy for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Alternatively, wait, I don't get 1+1 armor for that. No, I want that one. Blah, 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 blah. You can choose to use effort to protect more targets each level. I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, must touch to protect. So that's what I'm going to do.
The Iron Wind, to be clear, is not an energy.
Can I specify, like...
It is material.
Right.
It's not an energy or a wave. It is the actual actions of things.
Yeah, essentially it says that we're picking like an element. It says heat, sonic, electricity, and so on.
Yes, all of those things are not physical.
Damn it.
Yeah, so all of those things are waves. Those are all like pressure waves of air or like EM waves. The Iron Wind is like being bitten by a bunch of gnats, basically.
Oh, okay, well that's good to know. Perfect. Mary, you got the cipher I gave you, right?
Yeah, I did.
Since it's like being bit. Okay, cool. Well in that case, fuck it, I guess. Rochelle is going to, if Licton will permit, give a very tight hug, very quick, and say I'll see you on the vessel later.
And I will also hand you a cipher in return. I don't think I'm gonna have much use for this, but I think you might get a kick out of it. And I think you might get a kick out of it. I think Seth will get a kick out of it.
Oh my god, I gotta read that later.
Is it the staff?
It's the fungal garden. I'm also giving her the staff. I'm also giving her the staff.
Yeah, why don't you DM them what that says?
And I'm gonna yeet off towards the vessel.
Right. Nova, are you yeeting as well? All right. So let's hop quickly to Verve and see what you're doing, and then we'll hop over to the vessel and then back to Licton. Verve, what are you up to?
I am going to. I'm gonna hover. I'm gonna hover in the vessel and watch and make sure Remnant is okay. And then go straight up.
In the flyer?
In the flyer.
In the flyer, sure. We'll touch on that.
Yeah.
All right. Nova and Rochelle, you were the last two people to board Icarus before all elevators are pulled and the thrust begins. Wilo, from behind you, you hear thunder crack of a sound as all of the engines ignite and Icarus is launched upwards. Licton, you've got a hell of a view. As it ascends, the vessel unfurls to its original size, and you see this enormous thing with thrusters all along the lower part of the ring just launch up in a dazzling display of light and sound. It certainly brightens the dawn sky as it heads up, becoming smaller and smaller as it goes on, and leaving an enormous trail of like a enormous cloud trail as it ascends. Nova and Rashiel, you were treated to, should you choose to enjoy it, quite a few. The vessel doesn't seem to be taking suggestions from people as to where it should go or how high it should go. And you very rapidly find yourselves, you keep ascending, you hit a patch that is extraordinarily turbulent. You see the white metal start to heat up and glow shades of orange and red as you launch yourselves past escape velocity and through the atmosphere. And from here, everything above you goes dark and everything below you goes blue and green. And from up here, you're able to see something that you've never quite seen before. You're able to see the entirety of the ninth world. You see one massive supercontinent that's something of a four-pointed star, almost like a compass rose. Sort of at the base of each one of the arrows that spits off is an enormous, like, circular geoformation. You were only aware of part of one of these. An enormous, it's like a circular plateau that encircles some other, like, regular area of, like, low-lying flat land. You're aware of one of these to the southeast called the Clock of Kala. But you thought there was one. There are four. You're able to see that the area you consider to be the ninth world, the whole of it, the beyond, the steadfast, all the areas north and south of it, tiny fraction of an almost incomprehensibly larger world. You can't really see Remnant from up here, but you can see a lot more. Heading back down. Licton, it does not take too terribly long to begin to hear something on the horizon. You, to some extent, took your time leaving, to where it's not nearly the whole 2-hour window that you had before you begin to hear the sound of metal scraping on metal and this high-pitched whine of a sound. In short order, the sound grows louder and louder until eventually coming up over the trees and darkening the sky. Do you see this immense cloud of what you know are nanomachines, but at the same time, to you, it just looks like smoke, honestly. There's no form or structure or reason to it. It is just there. You, to some extent, just have to wait as this cloud keeps growing and growing and growing, and it finally seems to end, like, at the very tail of your sightline, as this enormous thing that comes up and over and then down, descending onto Remnant like a death. And you, I imagine, are watching the installation closely to see when to trigger it. Is that correct?
I would have also prepared a couple of the ciphers that I have and that were given to me as well. The first one I do as soon as everyone else gets back into the vessel is I let go of a bunch of metal spheres and they fly around me and project a large shield of solid light. It gives me an asset to speed defense rolls for an hour.
Asset to speed defense. Okay, sure.
I also want to use the cipher Rashiel gave me called Perfection.
All right.
And basically this thing that looks like a staple remover bites me really hard.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And the next action I do is as if I rolled a nat 20.
All right. Sure thing.
And the
So-
last one is a last minute effort if I think I'm going to get swallowed by the Iron Wind.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so broadly, what's going to happen is that the Iron Wind will be similar to the Poison Eating. There will be 3 successive tasks. If you pass them, you will take some damage.
Okay.
If you fail them, you will take damage and move down the damage track. Does that
Okay.
sound fair?
That's fair.
All right.
Can I really quick have done something as well?
Yes,
Just-
absolutely. What would you
okay.
like to do?
I have an ability called Storm Seed, which creates a storm. And I'd like to have the storm be on the opposite side and it allows me to say like, okay, I can do a twister, I can do lightning. This is going to be a lightning storm. I want to give Licton some lightning to ride.
All right, sure thing.
And that's it. That's all
Yeah, Licton, you look over and like this odd, unnatural storm seems to be forming out of nowhere behind you.
Feels weird. It's tingly.
It does feel weird. It does feel tingly, and most of all, it feels really unusual because you know the weather sphere doesn't function like this anymore, and yet there's a very small localized thunderstorm right behind you. So the Iron Wind, it sweeps in and it sort of begins to batter its way through the projected light barrier you have. These are going to be might defense rolls. They are not going to be speed defense rolls because you can't really outspeed these things. There are too many of them and they move too quickly, too freely to be able to quite dodge. That's not fair?
That's
All right.
fair. I also have a question.
Yes.
If I use up all my might, and I need to go on to the next pool.
Yep.
Does my edge is it my might edge that I use, or is it the speed edge?
I believe it is the edge of the pool you were spending from.
Okay.
Yeah, even if it is a task related to the other thing.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I believe that's how it's work.
That's a very important question.
Yeah. All right. So the Iron Wind descends on the town that you have called home, and all of a sudden things start to change. Some things begin to crystallize into diamond-like formation. Others are dissolved into dust. Some things that were solid some things that were once solid now become liquid. Things that this bright stark white metal that you're used to seeing as the structures around you, it changes to all sorts of colors, pinks, blues, purples, reds, and some colors that you don't even have names for. It's a hell of a sight, and it would even be pretty if it weren't so deadly.
Mm-hmm.
So can you please make your first might defense roll? This first one will be of a challenge 7.
Holy shit.
Does your cipher... Did that cipher
that first
apply to
cipher
that?
is a nat 20.
Okay, yeah, so that will pass it. So you will take, I believe it is 7 points of might damage.
The shield. Oh, it only does backlash.
Mm-hmm.
It does backlash and intellect damage.
Okay.
It ignores armor, so never mind.
Yeah, so you will take 7 points of might damage as you are able to sort of withstand the Iron Wind so far, and you look over and through the storm and the swarm and all of the sounds and your vision clouding up with these nanomachines, you are able to see that it's not quite time yet. Can you please make your second might defense roll? Verve, you're able to see as you fly straight up, basically in your rear view in the scanner on the vessel, you're able to see Remnant is being completely engulfed by the Iron Wind. As terms of like a radius, the Iron Wind is several times larger than the town clearing that you have been living in.
Okay. I will use still 7.
Yeah, this one is still 7.
I will use 2 levels of effort.
All right, sure thing. That brings it down from a 7 to a 5. Target number 15.
Okay. Cross my fingers.
Not the only one.
I'm going to use an experience point.
You may use an experience point.
Because I might as fucking well, right?
Yeah.
15.
15, you barely make it, although you do take another 7 points of might damage as the iron wind rips into your flesh. Fortunately, you don't seem to be being rematerialized quite so much at this point as you seem to be being, for lack of a better word, consumed or disintegrated. Which again, all still sounds awful, but like fortunately, your wounds are just conventional wounds. It's not like your skin has become something else, like the captain, or you're halfway through some transformation or mutation.
What is the span of time between these rolls?
They're pretty much all happening instantly.
Okay.
More or less. Yeah, they're pretty much all happening instantly. And finally, you look over at the installation, and it goes green. You know you are now good to engage it. So you can engage the thing, and then you'll take like one last might defense roll. I'll say you engage it first, so like you definitely get it off.
Okay, I'll get it off.
All right, sure. You press the activator, and
does my armor count, by the way?
Not in this case, no.
Okay.
Yeah, they're too small. They get into everything.
That's fair.
So there's a deafening roar of a sound as this explosion of electrical energy lights up the sky. Wilo, as you're walking away, the ground seems to shake from beneath you as an enormous explosion seems to have just been triggered somewhere. Verve, the flyer almost loses power as you barely escape the edge of the EMP. And I will say, even from where you are, if you're looking very close and looking at where you think Remnant is, you see a little speck of light from up in Icarus. Licton, can you please make your final defense roll? This is of a level 9.
Okay, so I am just going to do 3 levels of effort, which is going to have to come from my speed pool.
All right.
So 3, 5, 7, 2. I don't think I can do anything else.
All right. So as you spend from your speed pool,
Yes.
Is your might depleted?
My might depleted, yeah.
Might depleted. Okay. So you've moved down 1 from healthy to impaired.
Correct.
All of your effort costs 1 more. 1 more point per effort. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just can't do math. So it's...
Yeah, so it should be 3 more points.
But my task isn't impaired though, right?
Task is not hindered. I was wrong in how I originally processed the damage track. It just costs 1 more point from your pool per effort spent.
Then I'm only going to spend 2 levels of effort.
All right, you spend 2 levels of effort. 2 levels of effort won't make it possible.
Okay, then I'm going to spend 3 levels of effort.
Yeah, okay. So your target number is 18. All right.
Does the going down the damage track take effect after? Because doing 3 levels of effort puts me into intellect.
What would you like? I'll leave this one up to you.
I would like it to not take effect until after I make the roll.
Okay, sure. Let's do that then. So go ahead and spend your effort. And we will see what happens.
Okay, cross my fingers. GM, I still have 2 minor and 2 major effect. Is there anything I can do with those?
I'll say you can ease it by a level. Because again, typically these are used to when you've already succeeded at something, but I'll give it to you as an asset.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm down at 4 levels.
All right. Yes. Yeah, you've got down at 4 levels from a 9 to a 5. Target number 15.
Okay, cross my fingers. Nope, I'm going to use an experience point.
Use your experience point.
I've got 1 more experience point after this.
Oh dear.
Ravioli.
1 more experience point.
Oh dear.
Yep. Come on, you can do it. Natural 20. I would like to not die for my major effect, please.
All right, sure. I think we can manage that. So, as the iron wind tears through, actually no, as you activate the last of the iron wind that was on you, it deactivates as the EMP pulse tears through Remnant. You will still take 9 points of damage, which will go into speed and then into intellect.
Oh no, it went right into intellect.
You will take 9 points of damage straight into intellect.
Are you still alive?
Are you still alive?
I am.
Just curious. All right.
I am.
How many points do you have left?
10.
I'm curious. 10 points left. All right, not bad, not bad.
So
All
I
right,
look like shit.
You take 9 points of damage as you are just utterly wrecked by the iron wind. But as you activate this pulse, thick globs of nanites just seem to fall from the sky. Everything is covered in this, like, it's almost tar-like substance that are all just these tiny little things. The town around you is very much changed since you saw it before the cloud came by, but you did survive the storm.
This is gonna be a lot to clean up later.
All right. So, Verve, how high do you fly?
As much fuel as in the flyer will allow.
All right. You go straight up. Interestingly enough, the flyer is partially solar powered. So once you actually begin to hit atmosphere, and you are, interestingly enough, able to hit escape velocity in this thing.
Still going.
Still going. You go above the highest, tallest clouds. Because of the geometry of how these things lifted off, I will say that you are able to see the vessel as you break through the atmosphere and find yourself in what people of the Ninth World just refer to as the night.
And he's gonna cry a little bit. He's going to maneuver the flyer around in loop-de-loops and
Sure.
and corkscrews the whole time, just laughing and crying. And then he's gonna keep going further into the night, away from the vessel.
Sure. Only the most attentive of souls would notice this tiny little flyer making its way out of the Ninth World and further into the night. There are rumors in the beyond from star watchers and astrologists and other learned night watchers. Rumors in the future about a strange unidentified craft that seems to fly in unusual circles and do odd loops before disappearing again into the night. These rumors persist for quite some time. Nova, Rashiel, it is not long before a very gentle descent begins, and Icarus descends itself onto a very unfamiliar looking town, despite the fact that you built the place. A lot has been remolecularized, but a lot's also been saved. Most of Sabine's workshop made it out okay, although she does note one particular transmitter, one particular set of antenna is utterly wiped. these would be the buttons to recall the flyer. And to this day, she curses Verve, mostly in jest. What would the three of you like to do with your future? How do these three stories end?
Do either of you want to go first? Are we all like tongue-tied, that not knowing what we want to do with our futures?
I had no way of knowing that they would ask this.
You should have given us a heads up.
Mm-hmm. It's not like this was our final episode or anything.
Of course not.
This is a...
What?
We have episodes?
You mean this isn't a long-term campaign?
What? No more?
I have something if neither of you need a couple more
I'd
minutes.
like 30 seconds to process.
All right. Licton, why don't you go ahead?
After the destruction of the Iron Wind and everything, Licton does take some time to help Remnant rebuild as well, and basically get the city back up on its feet. And for a couple years, I do teach. I get a full curriculum up. I help Pandora hire more teachers. But I keep thinking back to when we first met Banshee, when we went against King Crimson and the frickin' poison eating in the data sphere, meeting a second Dread Destroyer. And I'm brought back to my very first instance of traveling in the Ninth World with Wilo and some other people from my village, and where we destroyed a Dread Destroyer and met a creature with a city for a head. And I start traveling again because I remember how fascinating this world is. And I just want to learn more.
All right. Nova?
So, I think as the city heals itself and rebuilds, and I see the people and places that I've come to love grow and become more fully what they were destined to be, I think back to what Licton said, that that Remnant really needed me because I had a special skill set. And I realized that for all that I had done to protect it, there was something I had been given that I had not fulfilled my duty in passing on. And I think some years down the line, I send word to my home and I ask that my daughter come to live with me. And I'm going to raise her here.
Sure.
I'm going to teach her everything I know.
Yeah, your daughter definitely complies. As she gets older, she encourages you to go back and visit the coil.
I think we find ways of joining the two.
Yeah.
So it's two perhaps more conjoined communities.
Absolutely, yeah. But yes, your daughter grows up into be a very fine, strong, capable young woman. Rochelle?
So after all of that, Rochelle had this thing where I think when Licton initially leaves, she will kind of take that time to segregate herself a little bit from Remnant. not being as integrated into the community, but not being unreachable. I think she wants to offer her skills in a more widely available kind of area. So I like to think that she has her own little part of the Caecilian jungle. That's, you can get there on foot from Enfate, Remnant, wherever, no problem. But it is far enough away that she doesn't get a lot of visitors. I like to think that she's got a couple of Firefox puppies running around. And I think the first thing she does when she sets up out there is she uses one of the ciphers that that Licton gave her just before the Iron Wind, and essentially turns her little corner of the forest into, instead of having like all these weird looking rainforesty, I should say, temperate tropical trees, suddenly there's like a hard line where instead of trees, there are these enormous 10 feet tall mushrooms.
Yes.
And if they're like 6 feet across, just huge magical looking things. And if you're gonna ask this ex-Aeon priest / Numenera expert / Numenera builder something, you've gotta be able to get through these mushrooms and their spores, which can cause effects either bliss, hallucinations, or sadness. So she basically sees people on her own terms. Anybody who's having issues like controlling nano abilities or mechanical abilities especially. But she kind of lives quietly. I do think that when Licton returns from that first kind of journey to Remnant, she will ask to attend with him on his next journey, because at that point, I think she's just thinking about that world that she saw from up there, and she wants to see it.
All right.
I'd love to have your company, Rochelle.
I think it's time to stop being afraid of what's out there.
Ready when you are.
Is it okay if I bring the puppies?
Of course.
They're a little loud, but
it'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. There's a small cadre of firefoxes. Wilo, where does the future bring you?
Oop, I thought I was done.
No, never.
Gosh, Wilo. Truthfully, I think that Wilo, over time, slowly continues to abandon their humanity altogether, traveling as far as they can, finding people who can help them replace the weakest parts of themselves, which they consider to be that which is organic. And I don't think it's not necessarily in an effort to live forever, but in an effort to be useful forever. It's not so much vanity as it is this feeling of, if I don't do it, who will, Sure. So yeah, I think that Wilo probably sees a great deal of this landscape over time, and honestly probably, I think, would forget everyone. Licton would be the last kind of memory, the last person that causes any emotional response in them until eventually that's also gone and they are a machine that just moves around solving problems.
Sure. Yeah. Especially if you stick to the beyond. Rumors about an unusual automaton that both sees very little and sees too much. A wandering helper. Those stories slowly begin to spread over time as well. And finally, Verve. What happens after you fly into the night?
You're muted.
Verve is as close as he has ever been to touching the ding dang sky. And he's sitting in 0G. After some inordinate amount of time, he gets curious. He hits the button that sends the flyer back. And then he hits the button that opens up the hatch. It's hard to say what happens to Verve, but every year during the dry season, Numenera gets a light rainstorm.
All right. The town, of course, outlives you all, except for Milo, maybe. Don't know about that one quite yet. But over time, it continues to grow and thrive and be a place for misfits and be a place for people without a place. Most of the ground structures are rebuilt because pretty much everyone agrees there is some sort of a human element of living on the ground. However, there does become a thriving civilization that also elects to live in the ruin for the vast capabilities it has to support life. There are no future attempts by the Convergence to otherwise relocate the vessel for a long time. They are aware that this city is protected, and eventually they move on to other ventures. There are still rumors of malevolent artificial intelligences that exist from prior worlds created by the evil, the desperate. Maybe both, maybe neither. It's possible that one of these is Am. It's possible that none of them are. But in any case, Remnant becomes a bit of a fixture in this part of the Beyond, despite all odds, despite it existing in a place that most would consider to be utterly inhospitable, despite it having this impossible origin story of starting from 20 people and 4 floating carts. Despite the fact that there are rumors that a certain pink and white striped predator seems to be as fond of the town as an animal could possibly be fond of anything. And I think that's where we'll end our session. All right. Hello, everybody.
Woo!
Thank you for watching the finale of Numenera Remnant with us. For the final time in this forum, we are going to quickly go around and say who we are and what you can find us doing on the internet, and mention our favorite part of either the session or other parts of the game if we would like to do that instead. So please, someone start talking before I pick on you.
I will go first because I'm zero afraid. I don't afraid of anything.
I'm very afraid of everything. Please talk.
Hi, my name is Kappa. Also, no, it's Christian. My name is Christian. But in the TTRPG space, I'm better known as Kappa. I had the insurmountable pleasure of playing Verve, the risk-taking Jack who touches the ding dang sky. You can find me on Twitter at @TheKappaChris, where I nerd out about many things. But over the next few weeks, few months, I've got a lot of really cool projects coming up. But if you can't wait that long, on Wednesday nights, you can catch me on Kevin Kudo's channel for Revenge of the Crit, a D&D game skinned for the Star Wars universe set in between episodes 2 and 3 during the Clone Wars. You can also find me on Roads Uncharted, the only Genesis gameplay, Genesis actual play podcast that releases every Friday, everywhere you can find your favorite podcasts. But yeah, again, on Twitter at @TheCapachris, I'm going to be announcing some really cool projects pretty soon. The first of which, April 29th on Ren's channel, Thorny Dryad, Like a Prickly Bush, raising money for to stop AAPI hate during Scale Trek, playing some kobolds in space. Maybe they might see Verve, who knows? Yeah, my favorite part is seeing how far everyone has come from episode 1 to now. I mean, like, that seems like a cop-out, but go back and watch episode 1 and then watch this one. I mean, watch every single one, but specifically, once you finish watching every single one, go back, watch episode 1, and then watch this one, and see the change, seeing the growth, see the growth. But yeah, I'm done. I went too long. I'm sorry.
I can go. Again, my name is Finley. I had so much fun playing Nova, the protective glaive who sees beyond. You can find me on Twitter at infernal_glow. And since this is my only streamed game, please come follow me on Twitter. When I pick up some more projects, you can hear about them there. And my favorite part of this session, amongst many, but I think for some reason, the thing that really hit me right in the feels was going up in the vessel and seeing our world from a distance and knowing that Nova and none of us had ever seen anything like that in our lives and might not have even known what to expect. So that was inexplicably touching.
Sure, I'll go next. Hi, I'm Mare. You can find me on Twitter at Archmage of Dice. I'm no longer playing Licton, who in the end, as he travels around with Rashiel, is a curious Jack who rides the lightning. Yeah, I run TTRPGs and stream on my own channel. We'll return the 24th with a Invisible Sun campaign called Secrets Beyond the Suns, as our players get ready and continue to prep to go into the world of Shadow. Tomorrow night, I'm running a game of D&D 5e called Veil of Shadows, where the players are going to be going into the Shadowfell to try to close a rift that has opened up onto the material plane. That premieres at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on this channel. I don't know. Every other Tuesday, starting this coming Tuesday, I play on Graham Cracker's channel as I play River, who is an artificer in Shards of Anarian. Shards of Anarian or Anarian's Rest. There's 2 ones. I'm in one of them. That's on every other Tuesday. And on the 30th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I also in another one-shot on Graham's channel where we're going to be playing Sunken, a nautical horror where everyone dies at the end. Spoiler alert. My favorite part was everything. But I really liked Wilo's ending. I wasn't expecting that. That was dope.
Okay, so if you hear Oliver yelling in the background, I'm sorry. He's very opinionated. He's very sad to see this series end. Hi, I'm Seth. You can find me on Twitter at KillXJill. You can also find me on Instagram at KillXJill with an extra X at the end for crunch and flavor. I spend a lot of time posting about my cats and my terrifying number of orchids. But I do have a couple of projects coming up. What's the word? The closest one coming up is on the 29th where I am also going to be playing on Thorny Dryad's channel. We know them as Ren, playing kobolds in space for raising awareness and money to fund stopping anti-Asian and Pacific Islander violence. So super important. Go watch that. It's gonna be, I think, really fucking wild. I don't know what to expect, honestly. Otherwise, I don't think I have anything else going on aside from my other game on Mare's channel where I play Zephyr. And I never remember my character sentence. I'm a weaver. I weave shit. I do shit with stealth and sorcery. I don't know. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're going back to Shadow soon, so that's gonna be cool. Jesus Christ. I feel like I need to say that like this was my first streamed game on Open for Adventure, and I could not have asked for a better cast. I could not have asked for a better GM. Who, this GM was also the first GM that I ever played under remotely ever. So it was just great to play in the same world, not the same setting, but the same world in the same game with the same GM and one of the same people. It was great. So yeah, it was just fucking magical, to be honest with you. As far as picking a favorite part, it's really vain, but honestly, one of my favorite things about experiencing this has been not knowing what the fuck to do with my character as a newbie during season 1 and like freaking out about it to everybody who would listen, and being able to just come full circle with her story. And I'm really happy with the way that I was able to bring an end to her. I'm really happy with what Alex did with her past. It was all just very collaborative and very safe, and I loved that. So thank you guys.
Okay, well, let me knock this out real quick, y'all. I'm Chris. You can find me on Twitter at Kiss of Hemlock. I do all kinds of shit. I mean, stuff. Whatever. I do all kinds of shit. You can find me on the Fae Forge Academy podcast, which is a podcast, a 5e actual play about a magical school that is super fun and sweet and heartwarming. You can find me on the Nerdsmith Network on Tuesdays, doing a fairy tale themed 5e actual play that's just ridiculous, but in the best possible way. And I have a short-term thing going on actually tomorrow night. You can catch me and some other maybe familiar faces over on the Meta Initiative, the new TTRPG branch of the Obey Alliance e-gaming company, doing a short-term musical-themed campaign. Have some other super fun announcements that I'm sitting on, so just stay tuned. And favorite part, I am so honored that I was invited to be a part of the end of this fantastic story with these fantastic people. And it has been just delightful. And I don't know, couldn't have asked for a better experience. I was so happy to get to bring this character down from off the shelf and let them shine one more time, alongside all of these other really compelling and fantastic characters in a game that is run by a just unbelievable GM. So thank you so much for having me. That was my favorite part, was getting to be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex. I have had the very distinct joy of being the GM for tonight and for this game as a whole. You can find me on Twitter at AxolotleCure, where I tweet a lot about Numenera and other Monte Cook games. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This is my last streamed project for the time being. I will be taking a break from streaming for a little bit after this, as I've been doing it pretty hardcore now for like a year and a half at this point, maybe longer. So I'm looking forward to a break for a bit. But when I do return to some stream somewhere, you can definitely catch up on that if you follow me on Twitter and see what other nonsense I get myself into. So yeah, let's see. Favorite part of this session. Gosh, there was a lot of favorite parts I had of the session. One of them was geeking out about dark matter and gravity and all of that nonsense, because that's one of the things that I really love about Numenera is just enough science to be science and just enough utter bullshit to be a fun game. So yeah, off the top of my head, I'll pick that one as one of my favorite parts of the session, although it was all good. This campaign was all good, and I could not have asked for a better cast of recurring players and guests. And I will be forever grateful to everybody who both participated in this game and those of you who tuned in to watch us tell a story from our hearts. And I'm real grateful to all of y'all. I think that is it. Quick plug, if you enjoyed watching Numenera, or you're interested in any other fine Montico Games products like Invisible Sun, which is absolutely fucking wild, you can use the discount code on the Montico Games online store, Open for Adventure, where you will get a discount for for purchasing content related to Numenera, related to Invisible Sun, or related to a vast plethora of other very fun, very cool tabletop RPGs. And yeah, that's all I've got. Mara, can you, for the final time on Numenera Remnant, give us the warm fuzzies?
Sure. Before we get into the warm fuzzies, though, we will be back for one more week for our fourth watch, which is what we call our Q&A sessions after the end of each campaign. So please join us next week at 7:30 p.m. Central Time as we do a fourth watch. Our host will be Luke. If you are in our Discord, we have a fourth watch channel where you can pose questions for us or the characters. You can also DM them to Luke in Discord. I've also, if you don't happen not to be part of our Discord, I've also put together a Google form where you can submit some questions. So you can just submit them there and I'll forward on to our host. I think that's it. Now we can move on to warm fuzzies. All right, for the last time. You ready, Kappa?
Sure.
We've got Bel Chavez.
Bel Chavez. Welcome.
L Street Gaming.
L Street
L.
Gaming.
We've
You are
got
the best.
Rick O.
Rick.
Woo!
Oh.
We've got
Amazing individual.
We've got Strix.
Strix.
Tricks. Stellar. Brilliant. Amazing.
Deborah.
Deborah.
Absolutely scintillating.
And last but not least, we have Blessed Elua.
Blessed Elua.
Blessed Elua. Heavenly indeed.
It's been an honor to play with all of you. You, Chris, I'm so glad you're able to join us, and all the other guests we had through the last 2 seasons as well.
Ooh.
This was great. I'm gonna cry. Do we have anything else before I start bawling on screen?
I do not believe so.
I'm so happy I didn't cry this time.
All right, everybody. We'll see you next week. We love you. Stay safe. Pet your pets. And we'll see you. Bye.
Bye.